point, so we need to add those, and I suggested adding those to uh, chromosomes 1, 2, and 3. In other words, linked to markers 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm going
Kind of
to.
what you've already showed, correct?
Yeah, so far. Yeah, that's kind of what I've already showed. By the way, there's another strange thing that I picked up from these data that I downloaded. It's not going to make a big difference in terms of how we do things, but it's just something you should be aware of. So markers 8 and 9 appear to be really highly correlated with each other. My suspicion is that they're from the same linkage block. They're on the part of the same haplotype. So I thought I went to a new chromosome to get it, number 9, but I didn't. I was still on the end of chromosome 8. So, but don't worry about it. It's not going to really affect how we simulate. But you will see a very high correlation between markers 8 and 9.
Couple of things I wanted to bring up real quick.
Yep.
For question 1, just to clarify, we've already had long, arduous, hand-wringing discussions, but for getting the heterozygote frequency,
Yep.
we did it across each. Here, let me make sure I have this right. We did it across each marker to get our score, and then I did the first 3 families, and they're pretty much essentially the same. So rather than do all of them, I just stopped at that. I'm assuming that doing it across all families for each marker is okay.
Yeah, you can check, as you said, you sort of did it for every one of the markers, and you said on average they're equal to whatever the heterozygotes are equal to, some frequency. And then you checked a couple of the families to find out if they deviated from the average, and that seems like a reasonable thing to do.
Okay, and then the second one is just for you to know, we finally got the multicolored dendrograms to work.
Oh, great!
For us, but the thing is, the circular one in the fan configuration apparently takes up so much computing power that if we mess around with it too much, we crash R. So I can't get any of the labels or anything like that on there.
Oh, is that right?
And
yeah.
So I'll mention that in the exam, but just so you're aware that apparently that takes a lot of computing power.
Is that right? I'll be darned. Huh. Yeah, because when I ran it, it sort of just pops right up. It doesn't, or I'd say showed in class. It just sort of pops right up. It didn't seem to have any problems. And that's just a plotting thing. It's not really a computing thing. There's something odd going on there. Yeah. Okay. Well,
but we got it to work. And that's the important thing.
I did see that some people were having, in the discussions, were having some strange responses.
Yeah, essentially what was happening is it wasn't populating for doing the families by color. In 17, the red, yellow, blue.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And Chelsea found the answer, so that was really nice.
Yeah, okay. And of course, here we've got 9 families, so maybe, I haven't done it with all 9 families. Yeah, that would be and because there's 720. Yeah, so I'll have to try it with these data. I haven't tried it with these data yet. That's a good point. So if you've already done it with these data for the exam 3, you've already changed your scores into 0, -1,
Yes.
and 1?
Yep.
Okay, good. All right. So the only thing now that still needs, I think the only thing that we're dealing with is how in the world do we simulate these linked markers? We need them for trait 2 and to complete trait 1, but we need to actually simulate them. All right, did anybody have a look at the Winkler manuscript?
I need to.
Yeah, I took a look at it.
Yeah, I had read it.
I skimmed it. That's about all I've had time for.
Yeah. Well, we had. I thought we'd gone over it in class or in one of the class discussions earlier, and we had. But let me do a share screen here. And then I'll pull up the paper. Okay, so in essence, they say, well, how in the world do we figure out, the relationship between this recombination frequency that we will have in our recombinant inbred lines and recombination per generation.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's basically given by equation 6, because, and we're not at d equals infinity. We're at, I don't know, F5, or is that what you're guessing on this? Does it look like it's F5 or S?
Yep,
Yeah.
F5.
We didn't want to give it away, but okay, yeah, F5.
All right. Okay. So anyway, that's close enough. So if we have recombination of 0.08, what's this big R going to be? Because this big R is the thing that we have to make the linkage. So that's 2 times 0.08 divided by 1 plus 2 times 0.08.
I think it's 0.138.
Okay, so it's 0.138. That's a good thing to have in the back of our mind. So we need to add a marker and a linked marker. And let's see, I need them in several places. Okay, so what did you say, 0.138? I'm just going to...
Or I guess 13.8
Yeah.
centimorgan.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's probably good enough to just say 0.14. So that means that whenever I've got this, I'm going to ignore 0 for right now, but certainly and so I need a random number generator somewhere on here. And so this thing here needs to look at that and say, well, what are we going to be? Well, we're going to be the exact same score as we are over here, except okay, so if this thing here is it greater than 0.138? Yeah, it should be greater than this value here. Then if it's greater than that, then what happens? Well, it's going to be the same score. otherwise, what's it going to be? It's going to be the opposite of whatever's there. So now that zero thing is kind of we have to kind of deal with that in a second, but let's just do that. So right now I haven't changed the zero, but I will have, let's take this and make a few of these just so that we have some numbers to work with. Okay, and so in essence, we're not changing anything at this point. If we go down far enough, eventually we'll start seeing recombination. We'll start seeing these other homozygotes. All right, so that'd be great if we were just dealing with doubled haploids. That would be done right there. But since we've got these heterozygotes, we got to sort of think of, well, we got to do two things. One of the other thing we have to think about is that for some of these, there's no change in score. Did you maintain your NAs, by the way?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Or I did. I thought we all did.
Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, you want to keep your NAs. Let's see. Okay, here's a string right here that looks like we've got a whole bunch of individuals that are not segregating for that marker. Now, at this new locus, we are going to segregate, okay? Because it's a different locus, and it's 14 centimorgans away. So we have to think about, these blocks where there was no score for some of these traits, but now for these we've got to deal with the zero, and we also have to deal with these. We have to write some code for what happens when we're dealing with non-segregating parts of or families that have for a marker that are non-segregating. So that looks like 322 through something else is we have to deal with that. So what would we give the score for those 80 beginning at 322? What would you think we should do? So from 322 to 401. It's not segregating, but we have a linked marker, and we've said that the linked marker, we're going to say that it is segregating.
I've got a quick technical question. So apparently I coded all mine as -1, and you have yours as +1. Is that going to make?
No.
Should we make that uniform amongst us all, or?
Well, you guys, yeah, what'll happen is in the end, the positive slopes, well, it doesn't really change anything. It just means that, the CCs are, you just have to decide, well, one of these genotypes is going to be greater than the other genotype. Okay. So, you're going to multiply times either +1 or -1. I don't think it matters. Okay. It would be great if everybody did the same thing, but and so that'd be fine if you decide to do that. I think it's pretty arbitrary, as to deciding which one will be +1 or which one will be -1. We're going to end up multiplying whatever it is by A, which you guys know how to figure out what A is. So for trait number 2, in essence, what I'm saying is that the frequency of the alleles, since they're not going to be fixed in any of the families, that means the frequencies of these alleles are going to be 0.5 for trait number 2. Now that's not quite in keeping with but this is, you know, we just have to make a decision about this. We could either say, all right, we're also not going to segregate at the linked locus, or we are going to segregate at the linked locus. And you guys, you know, what would be your preference? Just a second, I've got a call coming in. Oh well, I missed it. Did you come to any resolution on that? Do you want it to be segregating or not segregating? So this is something we need to add to the instructions, of course. So when we get to one of these linked loci, if it's, do we want it to be segregating or not segregating for the same stretches, for the same families?
Well, would it make more sense, since they're in the F5, to have them non-segregating? And what might be as much fun, but would that be more consistent?
Well, I don't know. You know, it's a different marker, so you know it's probably segregating. In reality, it's probably segregating, but it'll be not segregating in some other family. So yeah, that's yeah. And since it's probably not going to be segregated, so the frequency of, you know, how many families are these not segregating in any given marker? Has anybody sort of looked at that? Your yellow highlights kind of did that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing that for, but I didn't count them out.
Yeah, so I don't know. It looked to me like maybe there were 7 of these yellow stretches that you found, plus 4 others, so maybe 11 of these yellow stretches out of...
I'm guessing 12 just off the top of my head right now. I'm looking.
Okay. Yeah, so there's so that means on average there's one family that's not segregating for any particular marker.
Looks like 13 total.
Okay, so that's about right. So on average, there's and do we want it to be the same family? It's easiest to just let it be the same family. Or, you know, if the marker that's linked to it is also not segregating, that kind of makes it easiest, rather than, you know, sort of arbitrarily or randomly picking a family that it won't be segregating in for one of these linked markers. Or the other option is we say that it's going to segregate for all of them. You know, so again, how do you, I want to hear from you how you're thinking about this, about how this might affect the simulations, how it might affect inferences that you would draw from this by choosing it to either be were these linked loci to be segregating in all families, or to be not segregating in at least one family, and to be not segregating in the same family that the marker it's linked to.
I guess if it was not segregating in all families, that would mean that they're related at some point in time in the past, either by parent or selection pressure.
Yeah. So this is something that was an interesting speaker, Natalia De Leon from University of Wisconsin, was speaking yesterday on campus, and they had been doing some recurrent selection with a population that was called Golden Globe for the last 40 or 50 years. And so it's a corn population. And one of the things that they were trying to find is signatures of selection. In other words, find markers for which things have been selected. And then, so they found a bunch of markers. Let's say they found 30 of them. And these markers, and the trait isn't really important here to the discussion, but so they selected for one trait over 40 cycles. And then the next question was, well, was that variation standing in the population when they started selection, or was it a new mutation that arose during that selection? And the question is addressed by something that Jacques just talked about, and that is that if it's a very recent mutation, then there would be a large linkage block around that marker that was being selected, or around that gene that's being selected, because there wouldn't have been enough generations of recombination to make these things go away. And so those markers that had been associated with that trait in the standing population over 40 cycles of recombination, they had very small haplotypes. In other words, there weren't a lot of other markers that were just like them in the population. Whereas the new markers, new mutations that came out over those cycles, and over the more recent cycles, they didn't have enough recombination, and so they kind of hung together with these big chunks. Okay, and so you would have had a big chunk in there from the new mutations, and of all of the 40 or so markers that they assayed, or that not that they assayed, a million markers, but of the 40 or so that showed signatures for selection, only one or two of those had large linkage blocks stuck to them. So that only one or two of those were recent mutations, whereas that responded due to the selection pressure, whereas all of the others were standing mutation. They were variants that were standing in the population at the very beginning. So it's an interesting thing to sort of think about with this simulation. And I don't have any strong preference, but life as a simulator is easier if we just say, okay, if it's not segregating, then I'm going to just let it continue to be whatever. In other words, it's going to look just like the thing that it's linked to. It's also not going to segregate. Because in that family, there's a big linkage block that kind of hung together, and so it's also not going to segregate in that family. Now that's an enormous linkage block when we're talking about 14 centimorgans of recombination. So I can go either way on this.
One question I have: so if there was only one family that had segregation and all the others didn't, would you initially think that maybe it had a different background, or that there was a recent mutation?
Oh, quite often what we'll find is that there is only one family. So for a marker, it will be segregating only in one family. That happens quite often.
Okay.
That's just the nature of genomes. Our genomes basically are not very different from each other.
Okay.
Yeah, and same thing with crop species. Most DNA is identical as you go from one individual to the next.
Then non-segregating sounds great.
Okay. Okay, so just say that if it's not segregating in a particular family, whatever family this was that was not segregating, what was that, number 320? So that's family E for this marker. Then we just say here for this particular family, it's also not segregating, and we'll just give it a score. It'll be identical. Down the okay. So that's an instruction that I'll put into the next version on this. Now, how about this heterozygote? If it's heterozygous at one locus, 14 centimorgans away, is it also going to be heterozygous? Highly unlikely. 14 centimorgans away, it's probably going to be homozygous for one or the other of the alleles. And the next question is, do we want to maintain a certain frequency of heterozygotes in each family? What is that frequency? 3% or something like that? The F5?
Yeah, I think we had like 6%.
6%. It's twice that. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yep.
6% heterozygotes. So 6% of 80 means that we need 4 or 5 heterozygotes in each family, but they're not going to be at exactly the same locus as these here. And so, how do we want to do we want to just randomly pick these to be heterozygous, or do we want to how do you want to deal with it?
Okay, I picked the last one, so you guys got to jump in.
Yeah. Let me get somebody say how you'd like to do that. You could say we don't want any heterozygotes in these linked loci. We just want to, if they're so close to being DHs, maybe we'll just treat them as though they are DHs at those loci.
Well, in your experience, Dr. Beavis, how prevalent are heterozygotes? I mean, from what we were just saying, it sounds like it might be more I don't know. Yeah, the words escape me. Sorry. It might be more. You might see homozygotes more often than heterozygotes.
Well, certainly if they're derived in the F5, you don't have very many heterozygotes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. Just as a piece of information, I thought I'd ask.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose just to stay consistent with the other markers, simulating it at 6% randomly.
Okay. Okay, so let's just do that. Now, how do we do that? Right now, this code is saying, keep it as 0. So we don't want that. And I think what we need to write the code in such a way that says, if it's a 0, we want it to be either, a +1 or a -1, right? And then after so I guess what the strategy I would take, and I don't know if this is the best way or not, but the strategy I would take, the tactics I would take, is I would just say, for each of these families where these things are segregating, I'm going to start off making them like they're double haploids. So everybody's going to get a -1 or a +1, and they're going to be those -1s or +1s are going to be dependent on what's going on at locus number 1. And then what I would do is I would just take and create a random number generator and, say, now, whatever I put in here, I'm going to keep it unless it's less than 6%. And if it's less than 6%, then automatically I'm going to make it into a heterozygote. So I'll convert it into a 0. So I would do it in a 2-step process. Now maybe somebody's got a clever way of doing that in a single if statement, and can read a couple of random number, that we've got 2 columns of random numbers. But I think you could either do it in 2 steps, as I was suggesting, or you could do it in a single step.
No, yeah, I was thinking along the same lines as you. Just simulate it and then probably pick the top 4 or something and randomly and change those to be my heads.
Yep. Okay. I think we could, at this point, say we know how to simulate all of our 0s and 1s and -1s.
So I think the part that was tripping me up still was the negative correlation piece, how to connect that.
Yeah, for the traits.
Yeah.
So the genotypic markers, I think we're pretty comfortable with what we need to do for that. Now, the next step, as you said, is, okay, what about the phenotypes? So the phenotypes, now, after we get this transform data, then we're going to have to, I would create a new sheet, okay? And in this new sheet, so we're going to come up with some value for A, or the markers that are responsible for trait number 1. So So, there'll be, whatever that value is, we're going to multiply it times either -1 or 1, depending on what's in this column. Now, the negative, so this next trait that's negatively correlated to the first trait, we just have to change the sign. So we're going to come up with a value for A for trait number 2. I don't know what that A value is right now, but we're going to come up with that in the same way we did with ALA 16. And so we'll divide by a square root of 3 and we'll come up with some value. And if I use let's just say A is 8, that the value of 8 for all of the loci influencing trait number 1. Well, then, for trait number 2, let's say the value is negative, I don't know, let's say 10, or it's 10. Okay, so A is either plus or minus 10 for trait number 2, and it's plus or minus 8 for trait number 1. And so all I want to do to make them negatively correlated is I just want to make sure that if I multiply the column number 1 times 8, then I want to multiply this column for the linked locus by a -10. I just want to change the sign for A, and it will now be negatively correlated.
That's easy enough.
Yeah. You gotta pay attention, but yeah, that should probably be the way to do it.
Okay, so yeah, I mean the real thing is just finding that A value, plugging that in, and then
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we have to figure out the A value for each of the traits. And then for this epistatic thing, whenever there's resistance, I don't remember, if that's going to be a -1, or whatever it is. But when we have resistance, then what we have to do with our phenotype for the other trait, for trait number 1, then we have to multiply times the negative of whatever that locus is, so that it's negatively correlated with resistance. Any other questions?
So that'll get us through,
Yeah, question 4.
And
then after that, it's time to just do these analyses of the phenotypic data.
And we have your explanation from yesterday's lecture to do the bifamily and environment combinations.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so just looking at 4 quick. So we've got like the mean values and the heritability for trait 1 and trait 2. So we simulate those phenotypes for each trait separately and then run the data. And then for trait 3, so we have like the TTAA equals R. So for that, do we not actually do any mean value in any of that in our actual simulation?
I don't know what a mean of an R and an S is.
Yeah, like there's nothing more we can do.
No, there's really nothing you can do. You can sort of say, well, 1/16 or 1/4 or whatever the number is are R, and the other percentage are S's. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just want to make sure there wasn't a more complicated way we were supposed to go about that.
No.
So just to be clear, for trait 1, since it's across all loci, we apply it to all loci, whatever that A value ends up being, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
Just being clear. Okay.
Yeah. And there's a little gotcha, or a thing you can get tripped up on if you're not careful. Let's see if we can. I'll just warn you that you can. So under these simulations here, remember this is 2PQ in here. P and Q are not equal to 0.5 because in all of these, for all of these markers, there's at least one family that's not segregated. And you also have to remember that there's one, there's this, so it's really A equals 2 times 1 plus F times PQ. So remember, P and Q are not equal to 0.5. So as you figure out what A is, don't forget that piece.
Glad I asked.
Yep. Okay. Any more questions? These are great questions. I appreciate it. This is going to be very helpful.
No questions yet. Probably in like.
Yeah, give us 10 minutes.
Sure.
You're giving us 10.
Yeah.
No. That's the way it seems. As soon as you're done and leave, 10, 15 minutes later, we're doing something. It's like, oh, we should ask this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah, like we talked last night about trying to make sure we had good questions so that we could answer or get answers for everything we needed before the weekend, but you just never know what'll happen.
Yeah, right. Well, I think if we can get all the simulations done, then the rest of it is stuff that you've done in the past. It's just doing the analyses. So
yeah, that's kind of what we figured. If we can get through questions 3 and 4, we'll be smooth sailing. We'll maybe even have like a Saturday afternoon in the sun.
Oh, nice, huh? Oh, I know what I was going to ask. If we're using a random number generator for each one of these, for each one of us, to go on to question or exam 3B, do we need to have identical data sets?
no.
Okay.
Your markers are going to be identical, but these linked markers, clearly you're not going to have the recombinants be identical. So yeah, that's the case, and as just as well, the A values and the residual values are not going to be the same as you go from one to the next. What should happen, however, at least I'm hoping, is that those last questions, while the LS means won't be identical, but the rest of the analyses will be they'll be very close to the same. The distributions will look the same. There's a lot of things that shouldn't change very much. It's just, which one of these lines is the winner that'll change from person to person a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so just to check one thing. So reading right there in 4, it does say trait 1 should exhibit heterogeneity and lack of correlation, and trait 2 and 3 should not. So then, did you already basically put in there that we don't need to do that heterogeneity when we do the simulation for the other traits? So we don't need to do that?
Yeah, you don't need to deal with, for traits 2 and 3, you don't have to, as you go from one environment to the next, you don't have to deal with that heterogeneity question. That's
Okay. And one other thing, the data set that you had updated yesterday, so in RIL 400, marker 12, there's still only one loci that's off.
Oh,
There were 2 that were changed, but marker 12 wasn't changed.
Oh, we better get that fixed. Okay. Let me write that down. It was
RIL 400, marker 12.
Marker 12. Okay. I'll get that fixed before I go home.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
That's one I didn't catch.
Can't get them all.
So now there's 14 segregating loci.
Yeah. 14 that don't have a...
Or non-segregating loci. There we go. Sorry.
Yeah, there's a locus that's not segregating in at least one family for 14 loci. Okay. Yep, I'll get that fixed and swap that out. Thanks. That's a good catch. How did you find it? That's amazing to me that, sure enough.
That one, there were 2 others that were changed in that line, so it just stuck out.
Ah, okay. Should be GG. Okay, good.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep, thank you.
You bet. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Alright, where's everybody at? Is everybody ready to start 3?
Yeah, I'm ready. It looked like he was doing it in a new tab so that you don't just lose all your stuff from the genotypic data. So you would just bring like your RIL and your markers over and then start adding recombinants. Yeah, like I guess I just never feel confident in this class. That's all.
Yeah, agreed.
You were dazzling him today. Gave him the old razzle dazzle.
I was just trying to figure out what all the questions I was going to have right after were.
So question 2, are you guys just posting your dendrograms, or are you putting like a little write-up with it?
Undecided.
I'm still unsure of like what exactly he is looking for when he says evaluate.
I guess we could just kind of say what he already told us, just that like there's no clear pattern between markers and families, it's just chaos.
Yeah, I was showing it to Dan, who Cassandra knows, but for everybody else, it's our breeder at work. And he was just saying, like, because, like, the height on the one I had was, the highest one there was, like, over 0.8. So, like, between those two branches, like, that's a pretty huge diversity.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess if all these lines are coming from, like, the outskirts of their regions or whatever, that would make sense that there's, like, a lot of diversity, maybe?
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. Yeah, I usually don't say too much, but that's probably why I always get like half a mark lower than the class average.
I'm always afraid that if he's not looking for you to write something up, but you do write something up, that then if you write it wrong, then you'll lose marks, and if you would have just left it blank, you wouldn't have.
Yeah, that's cute. That's like an exam technique where it's like never say too much.
Well, it's like on our last assignment when I had emailed him about just to confirm, like, are we supposed to use question 5 data, the question 6 data, or like, do you want us to do it for both? And when he emailed me back, he was like, pick one or the other and just give an explanation of why. But then, like, the question itself didn't tell me to give an explanation of why I picked one or the other, and so then I was like, do I add the explanation or do I not?
He wants you to think, I think, is what it's coming down to. I think I'm getting two distinct things from this class. One, he wants to show you just how crazy hard it is to be a statistician slash model builder, whatever, predictive person. So I think that's what this is. It's kind of like, see how tough it is. And then the other one is you have to learn how to speak your mind safely. Meaning, yeah, you know, only say things you're confident about or you understand. It's quite intimidating.
So,
do you guys mind taking a look at my code? Because I keep getting errors. I tried using the same one that Emily posted and with the correction that Chelsea made, but I get an error when the cluster part.
Yeah, I tried running your file through my code and it seemed to work fine, so there must be something in the code itself that's not working.
Yes, I'm running this, where I'm getting the error is at this cluster part, and then it says error, and then the similarity value. Does mine worked on yours? I mean, I get some like warning messages when I'm installing the library packages, just that it's built under a different version.
Yeah, I got a bunch of
well.
Yeah, I figure that's normal.
Yep.
Yeah, so I don't know. So annoying.
Can you post the code you have right before that line?
Yeah. I basically, it's just the
Should
one
be
that
the
was-
exact.
Yeah. I just used the same ALA, but I had my file in there.
Sure.
Oh, I was getting that when I didn't, so you have to run it with zeros and ones and negative ones. Have you changed it over to that? I'm assuming you did.
I did, yeah.
Okay, because I was getting
And-
that problem.
No, I changed it.
And I tried running her file that she had posted on discussion, and it worked. It worked in mine.
That's Emily, right?
Chelsea.
Oh, Chelsea. That's the one that was posted.
Yeah, that you posted there on Canvas.
Yeah, and then that was the one that Emily had posted. Is that the same? I tried running. That's what I'm running. Is the one that Emily had posted with the correction that you had made to the role name, adding in that role.
I don't think there's anything else that I had different.
Yeah, no, because I ran the exact code he posted, other than adding that one line and then just changing my file name. And
Yeah.
I mean, that looks like the exact same thing you have. And
I changed my file names and it was too much of a nuisance, so I just changed my file names to match what was in the code, and then it ran perfectly because I was having trouble too.
Yeah.
Are you working on ALA 17 data set, Tiffany?
No, I'm not. I had just kept it, but it
Okay,
says
I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, it's my exam 3. Okay, I'll just try to play around with it and see.
If you don't have any luck, maybe just try posting your entire code.
Okay.
You can take a look if you can't figure it out.
Okay, I'll try one more time and see. Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah, the only other thing I can think of is if your data file has some issue in it, like you don't have a 0, a 1, a -1, or an NA in it. There's some error, or I don't know what.
Yeah, but then Chelsea was able to run it, so
Sure,
it must be my
that's
code. I'll post it if it's not working again. I'll try one more time.
Are we all populating our data sets, or are we all stumped?
I'm just getting started. So I put my little code in cell D2. And then would you just drag that down for the whole column?
Except where they are similar, or where they're non-segregating.
yeah, that's what I'm working on too.
Where they're non-segregating.
Yeah, so E, for example. So if you go down to...
So I can just keep dragging this down.
Yeah, starting at RIL 321, then that particular Locus through E is non-segregating, so you don't use that code there.
Yeah.
Do you
so-
guys? Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask if anybody else ran the equation, just to double check that I got it right when I said 138.
So just to check, so he had said it was just a 2 times 0.08 divided by 1 plus 0.08. But I was looking at the article, and is it equation 5?
Oh, I don't know.
Equation 6.
Equation 6, okay.
That's the D infinity. That's what
Yeah.
you're talking about? Yeah, that's
Then
equation.
it says later d infinity is equal to r, big
Yeah.
R.
Yep.
Oh, H is fixed too. And then were we supposed to do something with the eyes? Or not the eyes, sorry, the zeros. Because the zeros behave differently?
So yeah, he was saying we could make those equal to 1 or negative 1. Right?
I think so. And like, is it again another one of those things where we just like toss a coin and just make them something? Because right now they're heterozygous, but we're going to be decreasing our heterozygosity rate. So would you like filter for your zeros and then pick a proportion to turn into either a 1 or a negative 1? Or what it sounds like?
So question 4 where it was talking about heterogeneity for like trait 2, that's kind of what I was wondering on, because we're simulating like the marker for trait 2 right now, right? Is that right? Am I thinking that right?
I don't know. I was dragging things down next to marker 1, which is now L1, based on what he has in that sheet. All of the L's become N's. N's.
Because based on that comment in question 4, I was wondering if we really need to include heterozygotes. Because you said like trait 1 would have heterogeneity, but trait 2 and trait 3 would not.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking maybe then we don't need to actually do the 6% like we were saying we could. Would that make sense? Or am I off?
Well, I was wondering how you'd have to keep the 6% with just trait 1 then, right?
Yeah.
And that means that since trait 1 is applied to all loci, wouldn't that make a mess? I mean, wouldn't that be difficult to do? Maybe a mess is a wrong word to say. Add to our difficulties is what I'm thinking. Just make it interesting.
Well, I mean, like we already have the heterozygotes with the loci we got, right? And so of the 14, 2 of them were associated with trait 3, right? 13 and 14, and the other 12 were trait 1. So when we're simulating off marker 1, 2, and 3, isn't that for trait 2? And then when we're simulating off 13, 14, that's trait 1 since it's negatively correlated. Right?
Yes.
I think that's kind of how, and I could be completely wrong, so
Okay,
Don't
say
go
it,
with
say
what
it
I
again.
say.
I pulled up the worksheet.
okay, so in
Exams.
question 4, it says trait 1 should have 14, trait 2 should have 3, and trait 3 should have 2.
Yep.
And we know that trait 3 is marker 13 and 14.
Yes.
So we're simulating 2 markers off of that for trait 1, and that's negatively correlated. So those are 2 for trait 1. And then I was thinking markers 1 through 12 were for trait 1. And then we're completely simulating the 3 markers for trait 2,
I
going
guess
off of
maybe,
the first 3.
yeah, maybe I'm thinking of it differently. For trait 1, it applies to all of them. Because there are 14 markers, and there are 14. Or are you thinking that with these 5 added ones, that makes it 19 markers instead?
Yeah, we've got 19.
Okay.
Is what I was thinking. That way, he gave us 12 markers for trait 1, 2 markers for trait 3, and then we had to simulate 5 new ones. 3 that are trait 2 and 2 that are trait 1 is kind of how I was thinking it. But I could easily be wrong.
Well, it's the reason I'm saying it is the genetic architecture for trait 3 does not seem to be associated with trait 2, fine, but it seems to be negatively correlated with trait 1. So wouldn't trait 1 affect all 14 original loci? I'm just and because that would also then correlate with trait 3 because trait 3 is on 13 and 14. Or am I reading this wrong?
So I guess the way he seems
trait,
to be,
yeah. Trait 1 is likely polygenic with favorable alleles on all 14 linkage groups. So I'm reading that as saying across all 14 of these.
except that 13 and 14 that were given are trait 3. So
And
that's
I
why
think they're
we're
trait 3 and trait 1. I think they're both because it's trait 3 is negatively correlated.
Well, okay, so these are like the 14 chromosomes, right? And he gave us 1 marker for each. So the ones that he gave us for 13 and 14, isn't that in the description in the top that that's actually trait 3?
It's both. It says trait 1 is on all, and then
well, yeah,
trait
but that's why he's having us simulate 2 on marker 13 and 14, so that we have that other one to reference that's negatively correlated. So, I mean, I suppose we could either say that the one we're given for trait 13 and 14 is for trait 1, and then the one we simulate is for trait 3, or vice versa. But that's what I was thinking. Because
you're just
one marker...
that negative correlation. Okay.
Yeah, because 1 marker is associated with trait 1, 1 marker at that chromosome is associated with trait 3.
Gotcha.
Because, yeah, it's confusing because we have 1 marker right now at each chromosome, basically, and then we have to simulate the second and include the trait.
That is so confusing.
This is confusing. Yes, I agree.
I feel more lost than I ever have right now.
I'm frustrated. This is our exam. I'm like, is an exam supposed to be on stuff we've already learned?
Yeah.
Well, this is the learning exam.
It's not an exam, it's just an assignment.
Hey, I've already learned so much in this week because he's kind of also reviewing stuff. You know, lecture yesterday where he was kind of going over how to do the what would it be, question 5, the exploratory data. All of a sudden it starts to make more sense, to me at least. Because he's showing you how he's running his ANOVAs and what he's doing and how he interprets them. That helped. Rather than blindly guessing. For me at least. So I'm willing to follow your lead, Michelle. Sure, you ask the most questions. You seem to be the most square on this compared to all of us.
I hope I'm on the right track.
I kind of get the feeling that you are. I just kind of, I don't know, I kind of get the feeling from the wording that he had in there to begin with is just that the way that it's worded is that trait 1 is across all the loci, so it affects all of them. And that's kind of what I was asking him when I said, so the alpha value for trait 1 is going to affect all the markers. And I thought he said yes.
For each trait. Oh.
So,
environment.
because I get the feeling that kind of what he was saying, unless I'm wrong, it was that for trait 1 you give it 8, and then for trait 2 you give it minus 10 because they're negative correlation, and you add those both together for the value, the genetic value, or the genetic marker. Oh, what is it? Anyways, for that you add them on there. So essentially, you'd end up with a -2, for example, for that particular loci. So you don't need more genes. You're just adding. You could have all 3 of them affecting one particular. The loci. I'm kind of squirreled around here, but anyways, so for marker 2, you could, if you had 2 of them affecting it, or marker 13, for example. You're going to have trait 3 affecting it and trait 1 affecting it. So the value in that cell is going to be affected by both of them.
Sure.
But marker 12 will just be trait 1. Across, from 4 to 12, it's nothing but trait 1, and then the other ones will have effects from both either 1 and 2 or 1 and 3. That seems to be. Now, anybody can yell at me and tell me I'm wrong, but I thought that's what he was saying. I'm just trying to get all my 0s and 1s right now. I know
I'm very uncertain about how to proceed with that.
Well, even though we have all those ones that we changed and we have all the non-segregating portions, it seems like we only have to basically deal with this for, what is it, 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah, like he left the spaces in, like 1, 2, and 3, and then 13 and 14.
Yeah, I think those are the only ones we really have to worry about for filling in for the new ones. And he had the percentage number at the top, 0.14 for, of course, for the new one.
So just to check that number. So Chelsea, was it you who had the 0.138?
Yeah.
Okay, so how did you get that? So you did the 2 times the R, and did you use like the just R, what we calculated?
0.08.
Yeah, here, I wrote it out. How's that?
Because you're confident.
That's what I put in there.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it was
that's how I did it.
so 0.08. Was that off of something in the top, or why was it 0.08?
That's what he said for the recombinant. Where is it now?
Because was that for like the F5? Because I was thinking otherwise, like we calculated ours as like the 0.06. Should we be
He
using
says-
that?
He just said in question 3, for trait 2, add 3 loci that are linked by 8 centimorgans. I guess he says for trait 1, add 2 loci that are linked by 8 centimorgans. For trait 2, add 3 loci that are linked by 8 centimorgans. And I don't know about 3.
Where do you see the 8 centimorgans portion on this?
In question 3, and that might be in the new version that he posted after the lecture.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, I don't see that at all.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah.
That explains it.
So I think they talked about it in class yesterday, right?
Yeah, but
Okay,
you
because
had,
I had written down a note of like 10 centimorgans when he was talking in class, but yeah, if he updated after that.
Yeah, I downloaded it. I downloaded a new version of the assignment after he made that announcement
Good thinking.
yesterday or whatever.
That's good thinking.
yeah, I checked it yesterday after you made the announcement. It hadn't been changed yet, but I'll check it now. Hopefully it's new.
Yeah, I think I was on there right as he was doing it, because when I tried to pull the Excel file, like it was before his announcement, like it told me it was gone. So I think I was on there right as he was updating.
Oh, sorry.
What?
That is a lot more information.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah, there's a. Oh, that wasn't there yesterday.
But then yes, I get the same 0.138.
I was just looking at the chat window and I noticed that it says word.d2, and I'm wondering if the 2 behind it might be giving you some grief.
I used that too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not.
Try it. Try anything.
All right, I gotta jump off for a minute. I will be back shortly.
But I had posted that when I do library fast cluster, it gives me a, it says that hclust has been masked from it. And then when the other error when I get when I try to cluster is that, what did I get? Anyway, that's where I get the error when it's trying to do the hclust.
Okay, yeah, that maybe wasn't particularly helpful then, but I thought maybe it would be like a quick. Easy thing, because it tends to just be like one little tiny thing, which is infuriating. My word.
Do you want to post my code that I have and you can try just copying it and seeing if it works?
Sure, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Although I did switch all of my my names to like not ALA 17.
That's okay. Just update the file.
Yeah, this new assignment document's like a whole new ballgame.
Yeah, I'm copying everything over into it now.
Me too.
I really wish we didn't have to keep reopening things because I'm like, oh wait, do I have the right Excel file or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm redoing my ones and zeros file to like the new data set that he updated.
I've made a bunch of changes on the fly, so it should be good, but at the same time, I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm always afraid I'll miss something or like, whatever.
Ugh, what feeling, what's life if you don't feel scared all the time? Are you even living?
We're ready to be done with this semester.
Mm-hmm.
I was just calculating the lowest grade I could get on my final for my other class and still pass. I think I could just not take it.
It's a good feeling.
Do I really need to kill myself studying for that?
I wish I
Did
could
any-
be in this class.
Did any of you get that error when you did the fast cluster? Library
No.
fast cluster?
I had errors like that last assignment, and I just ignored it for a couple days, and then it was fine. So, like, that's not a real solution at all. You can't just ignore your problems, but I did.
I remember having errors, but I don't remember what all my errors were because it took me a while to get it actually done. Where did that go?
Yes, replace the existing file. All right, I'm gonna start highlighting. Trait 1, 2 loci that are linked by 8 centimorgans to 13 and 14. Yeah, okay.
I feel like when this exam first came out, I started highlighting the parts on there that I thought were important, and then pretty soon I'm like, I'm just highlighting everything. So
I did that too in the first like write-up page to try and get it, and I was like, it's all important.
Are you doing a new random column for each new trait or new loci?
Right now I have it factored off the first one, but I was debating that. Because otherwise everything we're simulating is connected, and they really shouldn't be.
That's kind
Okay, yeah, but everything's going to be different anyways. How are you going to know? I'm sorry. I am totally filled with senioritis. I'm a very bad person right now.
Yeah, I mean, really, because it's going to give you the value of marker 1, marker 2, so
yeah.
the values are going to be based off that. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm good leaving it as is, then I don't have to change anything.
Technically, you could just add a second random column and then base 2 off of that and 3 off of that, so you'd have 5
That's-
random columns. How hard is that? Is what I'm
That's
wondering.
that's what I was saying, because it'd be really easy to add that.
Might as well. What the heck? R generator 1.
So the other question...
I'm not 100%, by the way, I'm not 100% sure that his answer for us having the same values going into next week is going to be, I get the feeling it's going to be, oh, yeah, we all need the same information. But that's that.
Maybe-
Anyway,
He'll like provide us a file that will have the data we should have.
The correct data?
yeah, oh, we're funny, yeah.
And
Okay,
not
so,
torture us our last week.
well.
That would be
come
amazing.
on.
I feel like this has just gone on forever. Like it's a semester that doesn't end.
Oh, Emily, did you get your grade for 523's midterm?
Yeah, I think you're away, but I said I calculated like what grade I need to still pass on the final. And basically, I could not take the final. I think I'd still be fine.
For 20%, I think I'm there too. If everything else holds equal, you're right.
Yeah.
So that's one way to look at it. That's a great way to look at it. But at least you can go in with a lot less pressure.
Exactly.
Although, come on, was there really ever any doubt?
Yeah, not with that class, no.
Yeah, I haven't read the notes, but we got a 95, so I'm happy with that.
That's what we got. He just said it was good. He just had a question about if we would be able to produce enough seed in, I think, our F2 generation, which I had kind of doubted that, but
Mhm.
anyway, so.
Yeah, I think we're all just a bunch of students nervous,
Yeah.
as always.
Just a bunch of students. Okay. So I filled in column D, I think correctly. Would you do the same thing in F and H, except correlate it with a different or not correlate, but like, would it still be 0.14 for those?
So I think it's 0.14 for everything.
For everything, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
The only thing we were what?
Oh, you can take. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
Yeah, the only thing I think we were thinking changing was do random, like a different random to associate it to.
Okay, so it's because he kind of had like a random for each column.
Yeah. Is that what everybody else was thinking, or were you going to say something different, Emily?
Well, I hadn't like read through all of 3 yet, and now I'm seeing that he chose 8 centimorgans for everything. So I guess it would make sense
Okay.
if it was all the same.
Excellent. Because, yeah, I think that's the only thing that would change it.
Okay. So it would just correlate to a different V and a different top value, but technically it's really this.
Oh, and that new exam answers half those questions I asked.
Did he change anything before question 1? I'm looking at it now and just trying to find. I don't think he did. But
Yeah, no, I'm just reading like question 3 where he gave us all the details that actually, like, hey,
answers
that
we
actually
needed,
makes
huh?
me think, yeah, because now I see that, yes, trait 2, we're adding 3 at marker 1, 2, 3, so that is right. Hooray, I
He
understood something.
He did change something.
Okay, so the only thing I don't have in mind yet, but do you guys have a factor for 0 in yours that you're changing that so it's not 0 anymore? Or are you just dealing with that later?
I haven't done that yet because I was kind of wondering how to proceed with that, but we didn't come to a decision, so I'm just filling in my other columns now. But I'm ready to chat about it if you are.
Sure.
I like
I
how
was-
he. Sorry, I like how he put in there. Quality assured genotypic assays can be found in.
Yes.
That's,
Yeah, no,
I think that's his idea of a joke. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
And for the NAs, if
Oh,
are
yeah.
you just leaving the NAs in there, or?
If there's no value, there's no value. I can't make them appear.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't like. I'm leaving the NAs in there, but when we're creating
Yeah, because it could be anything.
the new loci off of the NA, should we make that NA as well, or?
Well, that
Because,
seems to be
like,
what he
that
was
dollar
insinuating.
sign?
I get the feeling that if you made it NA or if you made it like a random value, he probably wouldn't care either way because either one is valid, I guess.
Yeah. I think just leave it NA is what I'm going to do.
Oh, so
Yeah, I think so too.
Yes, I have to go. Oh, there's 2 fixed in a row. Some of mine are showing up as like hashtag value exclamation mark.
Oh yeah, that's. Are you using the dollar sign?
Yeah.
With the, okay, I keep forgetting to do that, and then I have to redo it.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I just read through it too, Michelle. Now I see exactly what you're saying.
Yeah,
Number 3 gives you all the answers. We were just arguing about it.
exactly.
Well, you know, it's fun.
I mean, that does seem to say that trait 1 has an effect on all 14. Trait 2 or trait 3 will have an effect just on the last 2 as well, right? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do for the hets is I'm just filtering on the zeros for the marker at a time and just changing the code and using 50% or 0.5, and if it's less, give it a positive. If it's greater, give it a negative, is how I'm going to do it. So everything gets a 1 or a negative 1.
Even
And
NAs?
No, I'm still leaving NA in the
Okay.
simulated one.
Nah is nah.
Yeah. And then, so I don't have any recombinants in the simulated marker. Except that I see one right now. What's wrong in my code?
Tiffany, for your packages, are they for sure all installing? Because I know sometimes if I just run the code to install packages, it doesn't work. But if I go into like actually press install and pick one from the list, it works.
I think we scared her off.
Maybe.
Can I go home and cry?
You can cry right now if you put your stuff on mute. That was supposed to be funny. I'm glad you guys laughed. I was like, I hope I'm like a dick. Sometimes that happens. I don't always nail the tone on the sarcasm.
Oh, I think that might be just the personality of science people, because
I saw a really bad one today, and it made me laugh. It was just like a stupid little meme saying, "You're mean," and the person responded, "Well, you're standard deviation." It's like, this is sad.
Have you guys seen the joke about being the statistically significant other?
Yeah, I think
I love that.
I took stats through this college. I like that. It's like, well, you're statistically significant other.
Yeah, I'm clearly an outlier. I'm your statistically significant other. Oh, super nerds.
Oh.
If a boy won't laugh at my math jokes, is it even worth my time? I'm looking for Mr. R squared.
Yeah.
Okay, now I just need to replace my hits.
Okay, so for question 3, having read through it now, basically we're just going to create the data set and then just say attach that C blah 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 CSV, correct?
Yeah, just be like, look at my transformation tab. Because it's not really asking a question, it's just asking us to build the data that we're going to do analysis on.
Right. All right, so right now I am just doing the whole populating the lines. They're all 0.14 then, essentially, correct?
Yes.
I
Because
didn't
they're all
notice.
based on 8 centimorgans.
Yep, I didn't see any difference, so that's how I'm just labeling them as 0.14.
Yeah. Just to clarify, Michelle, was it you who was arbitrarily assigning your zeros into a heterozygous value?
Yes.
Or into a homozygous value?
Yep.
And what were you making your decision call based on? Like, it's just random, right?
Yeah, so I just kept it like, if C2, which was my random, is greater than 0.5, it equals 1. If not, it equals -1.
And that was for what?
Okay.
Here, I can share quick.
I've been looking at too much different stuff.
I'm just curious if you'd still use 0.5 if P and Q aren't 0.5 and
Well, it's
Oh,
randomly
you're not using
heterozygous.
0.14, you're using 0.1.
Yeah, I did have it in there and I didn't change it. I was just thinking I might just so I get closer values to you guys, but it probably shouldn't be too different. So yeah,
Do you like that?
all I had done was filter on my zeros and then made this as 0.5 just because it's arbitrarily assigning a 1 or a -1. I mean, I suppose...
Is this what you and Dr. Beavis were talking about, where you have to do it in 2 stages?
Yeah.
Okay. I bet you dollars to donuts there's a way to do it all in one shot.
There probably is, but
I'm figuring it out because dang it.
okay. Well, by the time you're done, that will be done. Or yeah, we'll see if you're done that by the time you're done. Just make it a ring.
It doesn't seem that bad. Just filter for the zeros and then put in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried making a longer with multiple if statements, and it just kept getting mad at me. And I was like, yeah, it's quick to filter.
It does get finicky, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then I just highlighted them yellow so I knew it was different. But
I guess, is that where he was talking about that they're close enough to like being fixed or like a DH that we could just use 0.5?
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, technically you would expect like 6% of them to be heterozygous, but
Yeah, and that's what I was wondering based on like question 4 where it said you wouldn't need heterogeneity.
right.
Because otherwise, like, it would randomly be selecting the 6% or the, yeah.
I guess you could do like an if statement that's something like, basically if you're below 0.94, then another if statement. I don't know. You could probably you could probably figure out an if statement that would make it work, but probably not.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go have supper and see where I can get on this.
Sounds good.
I'll talk to you guys later.
Sounds good. I've got to get as much as I can done now because I have to take a little break to go to band practice, but it seems like we're in good shape.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, if we know how to do the simulation, we have our file. We just need to make sure we understand how to get our phenotype scores and our A values.
Oh.
And then it should be smooth sailing. I think.
Yeah.
I won't jinx it, I suppose.
Yeah, getting those A values seem to be about the last really difficult spot, if at all.
Yeah. I think it's just going to be a little difficult, maybe, just because I'm thinking of how to factor it for all the loci, but it should be okay. It always seems worse thinking about it, but it's really not. Although I'm trying to remember what exactly he was saying was that curveball.
The P and Q are not 0.5.
Oh, okay.
That's all. So we have to figure out P and Q for each, I don't know if it's for each family or each loci or what. Or each marker, I mean, but.
Which, I mean, we have that for each marker already.
Yeah, but if we can count on each marker across all families to be the same, because for those that aren't segregating, it's going to be either P or Q, correct?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if each family doesn't need to have a specific P and Q per marker, which could get real exciting real fast.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, no, each marker would have its own value, and then that value across the non-segregating lines would all just be positive or negative. I'm stupid. Don't mind me. I've got to stop thinking 3 different things at once.
Good luck.
It's okay. I was like, oh, yeah, that makes sense, but I'm doing 2 other things at the same time, yeah.
I didn't have a random generation column, and I started doing my heterozygotes, and it went very badly. Let me know. It worked for the other things to get random numbers, but I was like, oh, everything is just 1. And like, if I just made them all 1, would it matter? I don't know, but I don't want to risk it.
It's fair.
Oh, whoops, and then I just never generated that one. Whoops. For L3, I just didn't create values. No. Oh, you know what? I probably totally had it. This one just has like 2 families in a row that are not segregating. That's my problem. Don't doubt yourself, my boy.
Does your marker 13 not have, or marker 14? Is there no family that's not segregating?
I didn't think marker. Oh no, marker 13 had one. I missed it. Marker 14, I did not have any.
Okay.
We're getting so good at this. They should just give us doctorates.
You think this is nuts?
Nope, not anymore, because we're geniuses now. my gosh, it did it.
You done?
Yeah. I dropped my values and I cleared anything out that was in a non-segregating family. I changed my zeros into either a 1 or a -1 in my transformation columns for the 5 segregating loci. I think that's it.
Awesome.
I pressed save.
I am 2 more equations away.
Usually you're the speed fingers.
I thought you said there was something else we had to do to simulate the negative correlation between the traits. Wait.
So when we get to the phenotype, we do.
Okay.
Because that's where we need to figure out like our A value, and then for trait 1, whatever's positive needs to be negative. The value for trait 2 is all we have to make sure we would do, I think.
Okay, so you guys were talking about figuring out your alpha values. Are you doing that, like question 3 was just creating your new columns, or is that a part of question 3 as well?
I think question 3 was just simulating those new loci or markers.
Okay, so adding the like 0.14, the 5.14 column.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you guys are doing alpha values now. So now we're doing question 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a way to do it with and. I'm not figuring it out because it's eating up all my time.
Yeah, see, we finished, Jock, and you're still doing it, so it's not actually efficient.
Well, it would be if I knew how to do my Excel spreadsheets, but I'm just not that big a nerd. You just basically created the information for your 5 new lines, right?
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Get really fancy and complicated and make a macro for it.
Woohoo.
Okay, let's calm down now. If you're gonna start swearing at me like that.
I went a little crazy with those last year.
Living that macro life.
Oh yeah. They're my replacement for not having temps.
Fair enough. If I could develop a macro to weigh my canola seeds, that'd be awesome. We have a horrible temp right now who just like wants to chat all the time and complain. I'm like, I don't care. Like, I care, but just like do what you're supposed to do. And then the other one's like, so I can have a full-time job here, right? I'm like, no, you're a temp from a temping agency. Well, I heard one person got hired on. I'm like, yeah, that's like a once in 20 years anomaly.
Yeah.
It was just stressful and heartbreaking because this person was just like really sucking up because they're like, give me a forever job. And I was like, I was just like, that is completely out of my jurisdiction. Like, I have no say in any of those things.
If you see a job posted, you're welcome to apply.
Yeah, like I can't do anything. I can't make anything happen. The same thing happens at career fairs too, and there'll be people with like advanced degrees that are like, oh, there's one guy who's like, can I have your number? I was like, excuse me? He's like, well, I'd like to keep in touch so that like when there's openings, you can let me know in person right away. I'm like, that is not happening for like 101 reasons.
Are good jobs just that hard to find in Canada right now, or?
For people with advanced degrees, absolutely. And in the ag industry, like I'm sure the States is the same too, where it's pretty cutthroat because everyone keeps merging and everyone's in hiring freezes.
Yeah.
I hear 2 different sets of stories. I think it really depends on who you talk to. One side is it's cutthroat and hard, and why would you ever want to go into ag? And the other one is there's never enough people, and we are scouring the scum of the earth for anybody to hire, kind of thing.
I think it depends who you're willing to work for and what kind of work you want to be doing.
That's fair.
But yeah, like the go ahead.
I was just going to say the best example I can give is in academia now. So University of Minnesota, we're looking for a full-time agronomist with a master's degree for less than $50,000 a year, but with good benefits. Just to put it in perspective. And of course, up in Grand Rapids, so northern Minnesota, wouldn't you love to be up here? And we have had one candidate from North Dakota who took a look and said, if you pay me anything less than $60,000, forget it, and didn't come. And then we had another one who was just finished his master's degree and looked at us, but he was using us as a bargaining chip to get a much better job in Iowa. So, and now we have a third possibility of somebody who is just finishing up their doctoral thesis from Honduras or Guatemala. And so we may get this person in, but they're, all these agronomists are technically plant breeders. And I'm like, okay, if plant breeders are having to delve into the agronomist jobs, then we're all in deep doo-doo. So somebody somewhere is lying.
I think it maybe depends on where you're at, who you work for. I don't know. Where you live.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, I know from a big company that, I mean, we've let go of people over the past couple of years.
A lot.
Yeah. And, I mean, I've heard the same for some of the bigger competitors. It just depends on some of those things, too, I guess.
Yeah, and like it just ebbs and flows, and it depends on so many things. Like I know if I want to be a breeder, like I'm probably not going to be able to stay in Saskatoon. I'm going to have to go wherever someone retires.
Okay, yeah, I get the feeling that if you're not willing to make the change.
Yeah, if you're not willing to do, no matter what your field is, life's going to be hard. I know lots of teachers too, like they always need more teachers. But I know lots of people who went into education and won't leave this city, and they're like, I can't find a job. I'm like, well, you could if you would go to like a small town where you would have to commute or go live in the middle of nowhere. But that's a hard lifestyle choice to make.
You want to apply for a job? There's always tons out in California.
Can I do that as a Canadian? Will they take me?
I really wish that Swasti was on here so she could tell us how stupid that sounds. Don't go to California. She was just telling us yesterday she was melting because it's really hot out there.
She must be like further in Salinas or somewhere.
She's in the lettuce industry, wherever the heck that is.
Well, they're all over there.
That's all I can tell you. She's lettuce. She's big into lettuce. That's their job, and yeah, she's already out in the field. But like she said, people eat lettuce year round, so their job never stops.
Oh, you get so many cycles in a year. Oh,
listen to that. Ooh,
so many cycles. It would be so bittersweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm spoiled a lot of the time when it's just one.
Oh, yeah, like we have one field cycle a year, but 3 greenhouse cycles a year, so it just like never stops. And when the field people are like relaxing, I'm just like, I hate you guys. They're like, oh, you stressed all the time. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, I don't do the actual work in the greenhouse, but I have to do all the, like, manage the experiments and create them and do all the work for the things we send to, like, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and anything greenhouse in the winter. So I always have stuff going on, and then, like, the only field group is sitting there watching movies on their iPad. It's, like, quite balance out, right?
Yeah.
So is anybody else working on 4?
I'm looking at it now and thinking.
Lady, I'm still working on 3. Jeez.
Sorry.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Because for 3, we just need to say, look at the file.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And I threw in the equation.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So for trait 1, would we want to... Oh, okay. This goes back to 16.
I should leave, but I don't want to leave. But I will come back. I just have to go to band practice. So it's 6:30, so I need to drive over to the jam space. I bet you I could do that in like an hour and a half. Do you guys plan on like hunkering down tonight, or just like doing what you need to do to get 3 and 4 done and then logging off?
I'm probably gonna stay on for a while, keep working on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna crunch away for a while.
Get as much done as possible tonight.
So I would be back. Oh, it would be like 9 o'clock Iowa time by the time I get back, because I would be back at like 8 my time.
I'll probably still be on.
If we're that close,
Yeah, between that 9 and 10 is when I'll check out, but...
Okay, cool. Well, I'll be back around 9 o'clock. I'll hustle back and see what happened, and then be a more fruitful contributor later.
Sounds good.
All right, I'll talk to y'all shortly. Mhm.
So, do we want to incorporate the new loci we created into question 4? Otherwise, what was the point of creating them?
Yes. So what I was thinking, the ones that we simulated, marker 1, 2, and 3, are trait 2. And then marker 1 through 12 and the 2 we simulated off 13 and 14 go into trait 1. That way we have 14 for trait 1, 3 for trait 2, and 2 for trait 3. If that makes sense.
Yes. Okay, so I named the 5 that I created, I named it L1 through L5.
Okay.
So L1 and L3 are for trait 2. Or is that for trait 3?
Trait 2.
Yeah, trait 2. So then M1 through M. Or
Wait a second. Which one did I want?
I don't know. Which one did you want?
Okay, good question. I think I switched my 13.
So what? So what are you labeling your 5 new loci? What are you giving them a marker or label as? Because I've got M1 through M14, and then.
So I had originally had like M1.1 and M2.1.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna relabel them L1 through 5 just so we're
L1.
consistent.
Okay.
Yeah.
that's what.
That sounds good.
So L1, 2, and 3 are trait 2. And then L4 and 5, those were for trait 1, correct?
Yeah.
That sounds correct.
Yeah. So I need to flip mine because I put those wrong.
Okay, so once we've created all this wonderful data, then we have to change all our zeros, and that's where I'm at right now. I pasted my values, so now I can do this. Fine, I'm slow, I don't care. So you just set up another random number generator and then if it's above 0.5, it's this. If below 0.5, it's that.
I had still used the same one that I was using for that column already. And then but did the 0.5. If it's above that, it equals 1. If it's below that, it equals -1.
Okay, and did you do that for all your zeros, M's and L's?
No, only in the lines we were simulating.
So just the L's?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so the M's I did not change anything, left the original data.
Okay.
Okay, now this is all starting to make sense. I reread some of the questions.
Yeah. I wish I had read the new one before asking all those questions.
Oh, you did not sound bad at all. Don't even think that.
Because I'm glad that I actually caught on though. And,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, just after the fact, like, oh, you already told us this. Okay.
Well, the way that that note came out, it seemed like it was more of the Excel file.
Yeah, I agree. And he didn't put a 1 behind the new file either, so
Yeah.
I had no clue.
Okay, so I'm kind of trying to figure out how to do the A value. So now, like, in ALA 16, we did it on a family basis, but now we just do it on a trait basis? That's what I'm thinking, right?
You are ahead of me, so.
So...
I want to look back at that ALA. How did we get it last week? Oh, we don't have our grades back from last week, do we?
No. That would be helpful.
Yeah, like, did we do it right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, you know, you've done this in ALA 17, did we? I'm not sure we did. But I've noticed that a lot of the classes are exactly like this. And, you know, for example, we just got our midterm back in 523. Okay.
Yeah, that took a little while.
Well, or in 521 last semester or whatever it was, you know, we got the whole second half of the grades for everything, like the day before the end of the class. Just, yeah, things got crazy.
I feel like if students are on deadlines, teachers should be on.
They're supposed to be. Guess who's back? Brain music is back.
Oh, doesn't our new note file have a thing on how to calculate A for this?
Our new note file?
Yeah, didn't he post one?
Did you just use if greater than 0.5, then 1, or else minus 1, and just leave it at that?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I'm back. Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out this because I don't want to replicate things I don't need to replicate, correct?
Yeah.
So if the cell equals 0, somebody have a formula that they used, because apparently this is not working out.
Yeah, so did you still associate it to like your random function? So if C2 equals or is greater than 0.5, comma 1, comma negative 1?
This is, yeah.
Yeah, so I've got, well, that's
That's a random number that it.
Yep. But what about where you have your ones? What about where you don't have zeros?
I think I'll just filter for 0 and then
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so all our zeros had a different formula than our other lines.
Got it.
And our other
I
lines were
didn't-
based off that 0.14.
I was setting up an entirely different sheet for doing it.
Gotcha.
Now I can just change that over to that instead, like you said, filter for zeros by each line, huh? Or no, just for the L1 through L5. So you have to do it 5 times.
Yes.
Got it. Makes more sense now.
something's funny.
Don't ask. Teenage boys.
Yeah, this doesn't really help much. A note file.
Okay, Emily, how's it going for you?
I just ate something, so
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, Shock, when you're ready to go on 4, I can show what I started with. But I'll wait until you're ready.
Okay, I'm just finishing up. I'm about halfway done with my zeros. This should go quick.
No worries. I'm going to step away for just a minute then.
And as soon as we've replaced all these zeros, we've essentially completed 3. I don't have to do anything else, right?
Yeah, that should be it.
Okay.
Because he doesn't have an actual question anyway.
Well, I just mean there wasn't another step that I'm missing for correlation or anything. It's just creating this data set, including filling
I
in
think,
the zeros.
yeah.
If I remember right.
I'll be back in just a minute.
Yep.
That makes sense now.
I'm glad something does.
Okay, I'm back.
So I'm trying to just start setting up the file.
Mhm.
Did you just kind of? So are you doing it by trait? Because that's like looking at more. It looks
Yeah, so I can share. So I basically, I copied everything at the top
Yeah.
right out of ALA 16, and then I'm setting it up similar, just go trait 1, and then doing my environments this way for each of them.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So the things that I still need to work on is here and here, I think. I mean, otherwise, like, plugging these in and this factor, like, these values. And I think that was... Yeah, it's this that's factored off of that, but I need to figure out what needs done differently here, because we don't have multiple reps, but we have 2 environments is what we're going to simulate off of. Except, well, the environments are completely different, so we probably use the data as is, I think, and stick with the 1. And we don't have to take any rep factor into it, because we don't have to simulate any reps, right? Just 2 environments.
Yeah, I think so. Well, he said grown in replicated field trials.
Oh, yep.
Environments.
Okay, so we do need to replicate it. So then we would have to factor in 2 there somewhere.
Oh.
And I know I didn't do that. So I don't think I did that in ALA 16.
Are you thinking of doing 2 reps at each environment, or consider? Yeah, I think that's what we have to do.
Yeah, I think since you said replicated, we do have to do 2 per environment, per trait.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
So for 3, he just says, like, you know, TTAA equals R. So then CCGG would be S, but what would we do about heterozygous?
Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure. I need to read the notes because I don't quite follow that 100%. Because, I mean, I suppose, like, if we don't actually have to simulate anything, like, I don't know what all we need to actually do.
For trait 3?
Yeah, because we're not able to simulate a phenotype off of that. And then aren't all the other questions running analysis on what we simulated? So we have to have, like, a phenotype value. So I don't know. I think I'm still a little stumped on how we treat that one.
Oh, that's... Yeah, because we're trying to get a phenotype. Okay.
Yeah, but we don't have any information to do a phenotype. So, I mean, he said, yeah, we wouldn't have to do anything because you have no information. But
Yeah.
then...
Because he said for trait 3, it's just, like, resistant or susceptible.
Yeah. Or...
Maybe
Yeah.
for it?
I mean, I guess, like, question 5, it does say on the phenotypic data, so I guess we really have to provide information for trait 1 and trait 2, and trait 3 just say, I don't know if we have to...
Maybe I'll ask about this on the thing and see if anybody says anything.
I'm at question 4. And I just have the data set with all the zeros replaced only for the L lines. So that's where I'm at.
What? No. Block my shots. Yeah, but that's not. But you know, block my shots. Yeah, because at home I shoot. What? I hit the two sounding jump breakers. Cat. Oh, yeah. No, yeah, that's better not.
I'm going to have to jump off here for a minute. Be back when I can.
Don't we use the CV to help determine the residual variance?
Yeah. So I'm not sure if I have these all plugged in right still, but so okay, so I have like the total or the heritability value up here. I've got the mean values, and then my CV is factored into this, which takes the CV times the mean squared, right?
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
doing.
Yep, so I have both of those factored off of that. And then this is factored off that number. And I did factor in 2 reps. But I think all of this is still correct. And then for this, I do have it factored off of all loci right now. I was kind of going back and forth on that. But now before I start actually getting any values, I was creating 2 different tabs since we basically treat trait 1 and trait 2 differently now anyway, right?
Yeah, like I was thinking of kind of separating like the markers for, or the loci for trait 1 from the loci from trait 2.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I think we would, yeah, do it that way.
Yeah. But otherwise, are you on the same track as what I have so far?
Yeah, I'm doing the residual variance now, so.
Okay. I didn't have all my labels as good as I should have on some of this. Because this right here is our residual, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Just need to label that so I actually remember. Okay. Yeah, once you get your values, we can compare. I mean, I suppose they'll be a little... no, those all should be the same. Once we actually start generating our numbers, it'll be different. Actually, I suppose I probably don't want to break them out because that'll, well, if I can remember, but since we have to do the negative correlations, it's probably easier to keep them all together on a page.
sorry, did you say something a minute ago? I had to get up.
I'm just talking to myself. It's okay.
Okay. So I'm to the last of the calculations.
Okay.
That's where I'm not totally sure if I'm doing it right.
Okay. Do you want me to share and we can walk through them, or?
Yeah, because would we, like when we're getting A, wouldn't we divide by the number of loci?
Yeah. So I have mine factored off number of loci. Because I figured right now, even across all the families, everything's going to be... Because we're not doing anything just on a family basis, so we don't have any that aren't actually segregating, right? So we just use the total number?
Yeah. Okay, I guess we can see if we have the same.
Yeah. So residuals?
Yeah, those are the same.
Okay. Genotypic?
That is not the same.
Okay, so I did factor in the reps factor. Did you do that?
No, because we didn't do that in ALA 16.
But Boris had talked about we should have done it. And I thought last week, because of that, we did factor in reps into ALA 17.
Oh. Shoot, I don't know if I did that.
Yeah, because I looked back to the discussion, and Beavis had asked him if he justified it. And I was thinking, so ALA 17, I had it set up differently last week, but I thought we factored in reps somewhere. Yeah, like when we got our typic variance calculations, we divided the residual variance divided by the number of reps by sites. That's why we were using 10 last week in our calculation.
Okay. I'm trying to pull up that Excel sheet to see what I did, but Excel's being stupid. I don't want that. Well, and without doing that, my genotypic variance is the exact same as the residual variance.
Okay, yeah, and I think I had that too if I didn't. Because let's just do one. Yeah.
Yeah, last week we did it differently then.
Yeah.
Okay. So 2 times.
Which.
Oh wait, you did a lot different. So you multiplied.
So this is still how I had it set up because I brought it over from ALA 16, but.
I have mine set up differently for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. So, because I factored in the heritability times the residual divided by 2 times, so number of reps times 1 minus the
because I have.
heritability.
I mean, I guess maybe it would turn out the same. Maybe it's just the parentheses.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I have like the residuals on the outside, and then times in parentheses is cell E3 divided by, and then in parentheses 1 minus E3.
Sorry, repeat that. So residual times.
The H divided by 1 minus H. But I can show you real quick if that's probably.
Okay, well, that's what I had before adding the reps in there.
Yeah, I guess I just meant like, because you have it in parentheses on the outside is like D3 by L4 or whatever it is.
Oh, how I actually have my equation set up?
Yeah, because then mine is just like K3 is on the outside and then times, and then in parentheses is like E3 divided by 1 minus E3.
Okay.
I don't know if that, I don't know.
Okay, so you are doing the 2 reps times the 1 minus the heritability, right? This part?
Yeah, I was going to add in the 2 times.
Okay, but then this part is what you have different?
Yeah, here, I'll add in the 2 times and see if the number is the same as.
Okay. 2 times residual. Because, yeah, I guess I probably should have that residual by itself
So I get
instead of
Oh, sorry. Yeah, because I get 276.125. So
Okay.
it does turn out the same.
Okay.
Okay. And then it's 140.0833 for environment 2. Okay, and then 112.5.
Yes.
And then let's see if 4 point. Okay, yeah. And then the
Okay.
A values are the same.
Okay. So then I was trying to figure out how to apply the A values on the hets. Because so far we've only been working with double haploids, right?
Yeah.
So need to
Because
look
that's
back into that.
would it be a midway value? Then it'd be 0.
Yeah. Because, I mean, otherwise we just apply it standard, like positive, negative for whichever one we choose, right? And then the thing we'd have to remember is that if this is positive for trait 1, then it's negative for trait 2. So we have that correlation. But yeah, that het part, I'm not 100% sure. Need to look back through notes.
Yeah. Well, in ALA 16, we weren't doing it like binary. But then I guess in ALA 17 we were, weren't we?
Oh,
I'm back.
Hey.
Where are we stuck?
I can show you where I'm at if you want.
Sure. I know I'm done with 3.
So this is what we've got for 4 so far. And we just checked our numbers.
Okay.
So I pretty much had pulled in like the equations we had in 16 and plugged in the information.
Okay.
The things to remember was update your CV values. I added the rep, or we both added the rep factor because Boris had talked about that in discussion on ALA 16, and then last week we did factor that in.
Yep.
And then over here we did it by the total number of loci for both of them.
Okay.
To get our values.
So where does the CV go into? The residual?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
So it's the 0.1 and then the 0.05. What we're trying to figure out now was how we apply the A value to the hets. Well, it will just be 0, won't it? Because he was talking about, wouldn't we multiply it by our A value? Isn't that what he said?
Okay, so, okay, where's it? Show me one A value. Just pick one. So trait 1,
Yep.
environment 1.
Yep. So then
So environment 1, trait 1, and trait 1 goes across everything. So my guess would be for your, I'm just going to go cell D11, it would be 0.
yeah.
D12, it would be 4.44.
Yeah, so all we should do is multiply this by
Yep,
our A
whatever's in
value.
there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, well,
het equals 0.
It'd be that. So that would give you you everything in environment 1 for trait 1,
Yeah.
and then whatever you have to for like trait 2. Then you have to multiply whatever markers by that.
Yeah, so the only thing we have to do is that if this value is positive in trait 1, then we have to make this value negative in trait 2,
Yes.
and vice versa. Okay.
But you said if it's positive in trait 1, you're going to make it negative in trait 2.
Yeah, to get that negative correlation. So anything positive trait 1 will be negative trait 2, and anything negative trait 1 will be positive trait 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to start creating those values then.
I need to go pull that from 17. Wait, hold on for a second.
Mhm.
In there, did you take into account the P and Q values? Or did I miss that?
Where at do we plug into the P and Q values?
For figuring out them in trait
Yeah.
2PQ.
So right now I had it off of that, which is, so I don't have the values that we had. I've just got the values that he gave us for heritability up here. But should this be our PQ values?
I don't think so, because the last time he did that, he...
Yeah.
Well, for your alpha value down
we
there,
pull up the other
can you click
calculations
on that again for a second and then highlight the boxes for them?
Yeah, because anymore I just have the square root of the genetic
Well, you're
variance
segregating-
divided by the loci.
Yeah, well, that's where. Excuse me. That's where it is.
No.
You have to take it times 2pq. If you look at square root of blah, 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 times 2pq.
So do we do PQ?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the formula. I'm not sure if it's
Yeah.
1 plus f times 2pq or if it's the square root of all that mess times 2pq. I don't have the formula in front of me.
But the last time we didn't do that either.
Last
Yeah.
time PQ was 0.5.
Yeah, so now that it's not 0.5, that's the part he was telling us it would catch us, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, I guess this is what I had before. So this would just be my P, like, so 0.44. And my
Yeah, and
Q
we may
would
get
be
burned on that because
0.49.
2PQ at 0.5 each is 0.5.
Yeah.
I don't know if we took that into account. Sorry, didn't mean to.
No, yeah,
Oh,
you're
what
right.
in the world is that?
What?
You
This?
created, yeah.
This is what I did for the heads the other day when I got, like, my values.
Oh, I just have it in a different form. It's across the bottom instead of
Yeah.
in columns.
So, I mean, my PQ would be 0.44 and 0.49 then. So then all we do differently to this equation. So we've got,
Yeah, no, wait, this
So
is
what's-
what I was talking about before. Go back to that and take a look.
mhm.
Don't we need to do them by family loci because they're not, well,
No, so we,
tell me I'm wrong, please tell me I'm
so
wrong.
we probably need to redo it because only 12 of these 14 were in trait 1 and we just simulated 2 new ones. And that goes for trait 1.
Trait 1 has all 14.
Yeah, but we,
Trait 1.
yes, but I mean, I suppose
And
it's the
I-
exact same thing because we, well, no, because we didn't do heads in the new markers we simulated. But we had like this is for marker 1 or trait 1, and this is for trait 1, right? But
Yeah.
the original 13 and 14 were trait 3.
Yeah.
No. 13 and 14, the original 13 and 14 are trait 1 and trait 3. And
But
that's
they
what
can't
it
be
states.
because they have a negative correlate. Well,
I
I thought we had to simulate 5 new ones, and this was trait 1, and this was trait 1.
Yeah, but I think that's different than well, no. I think that it's. Oh, how the hell did that work? Yeah, that's why I kept
Because-
asking him if,
yeah, because he
the
said-
value goes across all of them.
Well, I think because we simulated those.
Yeah, for trait 1, add 2 loci that are linked by 8 centimorgans to marker 13 and marker 14. But we simulated those 2 that will be trait 1. So we should probably get the PQ off of this and this, right? Plus the 12 markers before that? Does that make sense? And then for trait 2 would factor it off of these, the L1, 2, and 3 we simulated, right? Except that since we don't have,
I've got to think about this because I kind of see what you're talking about, but the
except
reason
that now
I,
we don't have heads, so it would really be 0.5.
yeah, the reason why I'm a little confused is he says you need to create at least 5, and that's why I'm wondering maybe 13 and 14 need 2, and that's why he said at least 5.
Yeah, let's go with 5.
Specifically to tell, he told us to put 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely and totally understand. Don't get me wrong.
Well, he doesn't actually. Well, on the new version, he doesn't say at least 5.
Yeah, no, he just tells us simulate these 3 for trait 2 and these 2 for trait 1.
Well, so what I'm saying is that so for the value of M13, you're saying you only apply the value of trait 3. But for L4, which would be your X column, you apply both trait 3 and trait 1. Is that what you're saying? and they're negatively correlated, so you figure that out. But
Well, so we're comparing trait 1 and trait 2 separately, right? Off of only the markers that are associated to them. Is what I was thinking.
right.
That's, yeah.
So then for trait 1, I was only getting those 14. So marker 1 through 12 plus L4 and 5 is the information that I was generating GV values, residuals, and information for. And then for trait 2, I'd only do L1 through 3. And then trait 3, we don't actually simulate phenotypes for it.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you were doing trait 1, why wouldn't you do L1, 2, and 3? Well, all the L's, because
Those are for
Marker one.
trait 2.
Yeah, and question
Yeah, I
4
know.
says to evaluate them separately.
okay, so then why are you separating out trait 3? What I'm saying is, it looks like you're treating trait 2 different from trait 3 in relationship to trait
But I have no values for trait 3. So, I mean, you're thinking we just include those two and apply the same information to those to include them in our phenotype, even though that marker's not contributing to our, not, I don't know.
Yeah, see, I'm puzzling it out, because why would you create 5 new loci, but not? I mean, if you have no marker for trait 3, then why do you even need loci 4 and 5? Because you'd apply I'm just specifically talking about the genotypic value that we're going to create for the effect of trait 1. So if you're going to apply that to L1, or if you're going to apply that to L4, then you have no value for M13, 0. Right?
What?
Other than to say that there's, different segregation between the two. Or am I thinking about this? I don't understand the value of L4 and L5 if trait 3 has no value.
Trait 3, that's the one that's discrete and it's just RS, so we can't really calculate like a phenotypic value the way we are with traits 1 and 2, so that's why it's kind of separate.
Yeah, so L4 and L5, though, contribute to trait 1.
Yeah.
But it's only L4 and L5 that contribute to trait 1, not M13 or 14.
That's what I'm thinking, because he told us 14 loci for that.
Yeah. So you have M1 through M12, and then L4 and L5 are all contributing to trait 1.
And the reason L1, 2, and 3 aren't contributing is because that's just for trait 2.
Mm-hmm.
And when we calculate trait 2, then we just go off of L1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
Is that right?
that's what I'm
Is
thinking.
that how you're thinking?
Yeah,
And then when we calculate trait 3,
we don't calculate trait 3.
well, I mean, don't we calculate it if they're the same or something like that to get the R or the S? Or are we just not doing anything? I didn't understand a lot of what he was saying at the end with the RS stuff.
What are you kidding?
So,
Are you kidding? No, you don't even need to say that.
so we already know that 13, 14, we have the TTAA or CCGG value. So if it's TTAA, it's resistant. If it's CCGG, it's susceptible, is all we know, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe I missed.
I think that's the only information we can provide, I think.
I
Ah,
wasn't sure if
sorry, you are right. Okay, trait 3, got it. I didn't correlate that, so okay, I understand now.
Okay. So then the thing we still need to do is just factor in that PQ value, though.
Yep. All right, so I will start building my. You and your.
So
I guess it's not. That's not a pivot table, right?
no.
Okay.
Okay, so I've got the square root of the variance divided by the number of loci. But do I need to do something different with the loci since we had like the 1 plus f? Or does that stay loci and then just multiply it by 2pq?
Well, that's where that formula comes in that I don't have on hand.
Why are you copying it? You're like,
All right, I need to open up and carry over what you have done, like you have done.
what?
Give me a moment.
Was that?
Was that 16 that you drew that? That's from 16.
Yeah, yep.
Well, since some of these are alleles have been simulated, or loci, couldn't we just highlight everything that's for 1 and then get a countif of p, a countif of q, a countif of 0, and then use that to calculate p and q?
Yeah. So you're thinking overall, just take
Okay.
all 1 values, all negative 1 values, assign one of those P, one of those Q?
I understand how we did our calculations last time. The calculations for 16, the reason that they work out the way that they do is because 1 plus f was also 1. So it's 1 plus 1 is 2 divided by 0.5, which is 2pq. If p and q are 0.5, that equals 1. So that part of the formula was all in there. Well, if we are at 1 plus f, and you have to take 1 plus f times 2pq before you divide it, or you divide it, whatever, it becomes the denominator. Whatever.
Okay,
My
and
math escapes.
Our
But anyways.
our F value is off the loci, or is that not right?
So go to your H7 cell. Click on that. So what you would do is parentheses around L7.
Yeah.
So and then in there put a dividing a division after the 7, dividing formula action. Yeah, and then that would have to be times whatever 2pq is, and when we figure out what pq is for trait 1, or
Okay, wait a second. So square root of D7, but that gets divided by...
no, it's going to be, let me pull this up. It's going to be the square root of, and then parentheses, D7 divided by L7, which is divided by the 2pq.
Why is L7 divided by 2pq?
Or times 2pq, sorry, times 2pq.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, there we go. Well, it's going to be times 2
But
times
so-
p times q. You have to you have to put the actions in there. So times 2 times p times q. Or else,
Well, yeah, I need to get
Excel
values
would be-
set up, yeah.
yeah, Excel will be pissed at you otherwise.
Yeah, I just need to get values set up, though.
Yeah, so that's how that'll.
So...
And is the segregating loci, is that actually 1 plus f?
That's what I was wondering, if we're actually doing that right. Because before we were just doing the square root divided by the number of segregating loci.
Well, it's the square root of var tc, and that was calculated. I'm just going to copy all of this, paste it into my folder, right here.
I mean, I think you're right. We have to do something differently since it is F5, not double haploids. And that was what he was talking about.
Yep.
I'm just not sure if that loci is factored right in place, like that versus the 1 plus F. We're just gonna...
It always sounds so easy. Why is it? And I'm just gonna compare what you have. Now we don't have anything for trait 3, so we don't have to worry about that, which helps a lot. If I'm reading it right.
Not at 4 miles. 5, 7, 20 miles. That. Like you can test it. Okay, not if you got like you can test it. Oh, Oh, a new color.
Okay, did you get for a total residual variance for trait 2 of 64 in both environments?
I had 25 in both environments.
Yeah, at 25. Because 0.05 times 100 for the mean squared.
Why is it 0.05?
Take into account the CVs he gave us.
Ah, I haven't
So
done that yet.
So for trait 1 it was 10%, trait 2 it was 5%.
Okay, and that's what I was asking. Where do you apply the CVs? Where do I put these things? No, I was just wondering where you...
Yeah, so I just plugged them in to the actual equation. I just showed them off to the side, but didn't.
Oh,
Put it
okay,
in.
you put them in there, huh?
Yeah.
Oh. No, I made the mistake of... yeah, got it. So I'm going to make sure I set this up right. So I've got that. Oh, okay. I got it. No, it's based on I have the wrong... I didn't change the data correctly. I have 0.08 in there instead of 0.05.
Oh, gotcha.
Other than that, and I'm going to change that to whatever the CVs are, so then if it gets changed, I can change it easily. CV is 10 and 5. Got it. So it's 0.1, right? Yeah, 0.1 and 0.05.
Yeah.
All right. Yep, I got it as 0.25 now.
Okay.
And 552 for the first one, for trait
Yep.
1 and environment. And 420.25.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're rocking and rolling there.
Yeah.
Did you, for your VAR G, did you have to change anything in there? I'm taking a look at it right now, and I don't.
So I included rep, since we were supposed to simulate 2 reps.
Yeah, and yeah, you put that on the bottom, but I must be using an older copy of my file. I don't have that in there like we're supposed to, or like we did.
Oh, yeah. Emily had her parentheses different too, but we got the same value, so.
With 276 for E1F trait 1.
Yep.
Good enough. Okay. Have you found an answer for doing the alpha value that you're comfortable with yet?
Okay, just a second. I'll pull this up. Yep, not that one. Okay, so what I keep going back to is the simulations file.
Mhm.
And so, I mean, he's specifically talking about the F5 here. So, I mean, our F value should just be whatever our heterozygous value is, right?
Yeah, but he showed it. I can show
So-
you what he was telling us about. It wasn't for. No, you can go back to that. Go back. Go pull. You. I don't have the
Okay.
electronic version.
Okay.
The paperwork. He
Yeah,
went to the stacked one. So it's not that. I think it's the page above.
Okay.
No, then it has to be below. No, wait. Go down a little. It's got like 3 lines on top, one on top of each other.
Here, we'll start at the top and work our way down.
Yeah, just keep. There.
Was it that?
This guy?
Yep. No, it's three layers top to bottom instead of
There
side
was
to
a
side.
square root one up above that had that.
Yeah,
Yeah, there.
this guy.
Yep, that's the one he was telling us about.
Okay. So,
Number of QTL.
so this is still our variance, right? Divide by 2PQ, and then divide all of that by the square root of the number of QTL.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what he was saying.
Okay.
And the top one should be our var G, correct? The delta squared or whatever?
That's what I was thinking.
That's what I was thinking too. The square root of that divided by 2. So you don't even take into account F
Yeah.
for that. And that is just 2PQ.
Okay.
That's, and then the number of loci.
Yeah, I'm okay using this.
If
But
you do it the way that you guys are talking about versus what we originally had, you get the same answer.
oh, really?
Yeah, so, yeah, because either way you have the square root of the whole equation. So we just need to do square root of the genotypic variance divided by number of QTL times 2 times P times Q.
Okay, and you already figured your PQ.
Yeah.
So did you get close to that 4.49 or not? Did it change much?
You had 0.47 and 0.53 for trait 1. 0.5 and 0.5 and 0.5 basically for trait 2.
So for trait 1, you're using all 14 loci for PQ, right?
Yeah, well, M1 through M12 and L4 and L5.
Okay, how are you getting a P and a Q for L4 and L5?
Here, I'll show you.
Well, no, I'm asking specifically because they're going to be.
I did a, damn it. So I just did a countif of everything that's 1, everything that's -1, everything that's 0.
Okay.
And then P was everything that was 1 plus 0 divided by 2. And then Q was the same but -1. And it doesn't account for NAs, but I mean,
We
there's so
can.
Yeah, I think we don't want to.
Yeah, I think Beavis just wants us to keep that in there to keep it kind of real.
yeah.
So you're saying for trait 1, you're just going to count by. I mean, it makes sense. Don't get me wrong, but Okay. Hey, Emily, I'm doing things kind of sort of the way you are. I'm starting to learn how to organize. Holy crap. Would I scare you off?
Wait, what?
Oh, I was saying, I'm starting to organize the way that you are, and then I was just gonna copy your trait 1, trait 2 organization.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
No, that's okay. I was just impressed by the fact that I'm like learning organizational skills too. What's that show on TV, that one woman that'll tell you how to
Oh,
clean up
tiny
your
enough.
life? Yeah. I feel like I've had that training. So trait 1, where the heck did that go? Oh, that's not good. Hold on. Don't be stupid now. This is not the time to get out of hand.
Yeah, so mine are 0.44 and 0.49, but we've got 2 simulated ones in there that would impact. So.
Alright, I just need to stop screwing around even, because I just need to get your general organization. Oh, you know, somebody explain to me why my cell is Times New Roman 10. Why the heck is it that?
Did you paste something in that?
Not the last time I checked, but boy, does this look stupid. Oh, some days I just need to slap Excel really hard.
Do you need me to keep sharing, or are you?
Yeah, just for a minute. I'm like having technical difficulties, and I'm putting in symbols where they don't belong. And
Could you show your click on your H8? I just want to check that I've got mine set up the same way, correct? Okay, so square root of your VG divided by your number of loci times 2PQ. Okay.
Oh, you just typed in your loci straight up. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, square root of everything. Okay, okay. That I can figure out. And then you used your... Is Q2 your Oh, no. Okay. So P and Q, or Q, your Q cells there, yep, those are the accumulations of your counts. Because you said you did S2 plus 1/2 of S4, correct? Because those are your count ifs. Yeah. But
Yeah.
you've got it set up without L1, 2, and 3. That's where I screwed up. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just doing the one. That's all. That's everything for trait 1, and then this is everything for trait 2.
Got it. Yeah, I'm going to do what you did first here. That's a great idea.
Oh,
Oh, there we go.
oh yeah, we have to do that for each.
What?
Oh, I just remember that for like the GV, we have to multiply the A by each
Every
one.
single, yeah.
So are you still seeing the Excel file?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good for now.
Okay.
Oh, that changed. Did your numbers change slightly? Your A value numbers? Or you said they were the exact same?
Like when I tried the second way, yeah, it was the exact same. Because I mean, that's really the same thing. It's just you have the 2 square roots in there instead of the whole thing.
Oh, did you do the square root of the loci? Or what do you mean 2 square roots?
Like when it was like square root of the genotypic variance divided by.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, because my numbers changed slightly, but not like drastically.
Oh.
Well, ours numbers, once you get past when you start doing the P and Q value, our P and VQ values are going to each be a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if hers stayed pretty much the same as what she had factored before.
What is
I mean,
wrong
her
with
P and Q are different, but
what the heck? I hate. Oh, some days. Why can't I deal? What did I do wrong?
Oh, are you kidding me? My guy was behind you.
Emily, could you share your Excel again real quick? I feel like I'm missing something. Thank you. So, how did you get your percent and your P and Q values? Your trait for your trait one? No, the cell down there. Yeah. How did you figure that?
I just took like P divided by Q plus P.
Oh. Why the heck?
oh wait,
Yeah, I'm kind of going out to lunch here. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, for environment 1, it's supposed to be negatively correlated, or for trait 1, between the two environments. So, wouldn't we just do for environment 1, we have use the positive, and then for environment 2, use the negative of the A value?
sorry, repeat that. I wasn't.
Okay, so for trait 1, we have a negative correlation between the two environments.
Mm-hmm.
So for environment 1, wouldn't we just like multiply the positive A value by each loci, and then for environment 2, oh wait, no, never mind. We have separate A values.
Yeah, no. So I'm thinking, like for trait 2, instead of plugging in just 9.16, do we plug in negative 9.16? So it's the negative correlation.
Like between the traits.
Yeah.
Because, like he says, trait 1 should exhibit heterogeneity and lack of correlation between the two environments, while traits 2 and 3 should not.
Oh.
So maybe for 1, it's just the positive of the A value for that environment, and then I don't know. Are you actually going to show each rep?
Yeah.
I guess we.
I was planning to. Since we'll have to run data on it.
Huh. Well, that's something. Trait 1 is 0.48 to it's 0.47 to 0.52, 0.48 to whatever. Depends on how you round it. But the other one is pretty much 50-50 for trait 2. I suppose that'd be the way that it is with simulated data, huh?
Yeah, because we didn't simulate in any heterozygotes there, right?
Right.
So that's why.
Oh, shit.
What number did you get for your alpha for trait 1, environment 1, roughly? I've got 88.
For your
I
alpha?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking, because it's kind of weird.
They're like
I think. Here, I tell you what. I'll just share what I got. You tell me what in this is wrong. Too many parentheses?
Why'd you divide by J9?
Was that
That's the segregating loci.
Okay.
And is that right? That's, yeah, it should be that, but it should be a
I think
parenthesis.
It's multiplied, isn't it?
It's the loci. Here,
No, it's not. Divided by 2.
it's the number of loci times 2PQ.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
I'm
probably.
only asking because when we looked at that formula, it was the square root of the genetic variation divided by 2PQ, and then that whole thing was divided by the square root of the number of loci. Not that you guys are wrong. Don't.
No.
The square root of the genetic variation, var G, divided by 2PQ, which was then divided by, that whole mess was then divided by, let's see, the square root of the number of loci. I don't know.
I think once you start changing it to like get rid of to only have the square root once, like if you look at what he put in there in ALA 16, he has 1 plus F times 2PQ. He's not dividing either.
Okay, so here's what I've got kind of following along that line right here. Is that similar to what you already have? Because I've got a better number, it's 6 rather than 88, but
Wait, what are you asking?
I'm asking if this is similar to your equation.
No, I have like J9. I had that times 2PQ. Besides that, it looks correct.
I know.
Or
Michelle, do you still have that paper handy?
Yeah.
I just want to look at that formula and see if we're doing this right.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Because, yeah, looking at it, it shows the 2 square roots, that divided by that, divided by that. But,
And I don't know my algebra well enough to understand if you can somehow, you take it times the number of QTL, square root of QTL, to, I don't know, flip it around or something. I don't know.
that's the thing. I think once you change the equation, that's what's happened. Because like when you look at what he did a couple weeks ago, it's basically the same as what we're doing now.
yeah.
Let me try something else here real quick. Just to prove I'm not a bad person. There's that. So we can take that completely out. The square root of that divided by that.
Now is a sick thing.
Why in the world do you need that? Okay.
Why would you skip that? I said, watch it. Wait, what?
Okay, so I've got one set of numbers, and now I will do what I had before, which was that.
But did you say you had 88 when you did that?
Okay, it comes out exactly the same. Here, I will share you, if you could stop sharing,
Yep.
Michelle. So with this one, this is the formula essentially that we're using. I'm dividing, you said you're taking it times, but this gets me my value, right? So I'm taking the genotypic value, dividing it by 2PQ, right here, and then within parentheses, so that's all done, and then dividing it by my segregating loci, and then taking the square root of that whole stupid thing. All right? So what I said is, I want to do this more simply. So here I went through and I just took the square root of the genotypic variance divided by 2PQ, which is the top half of that formula. And then I went over here and I took the square root of the segregating loci, so I have the bottom of that formula, and then I took this and divided the one by the other. And lo and behold, it's the exact same thing here as it is here. So I'm certain that I have the right formula based on that, the formula in the handout. How's that?
Yeah. No. Perfect time. Boom, perfect time.
But I've got to change this to match. Does that make sense? Or are you both mad at me now? She's thinking about it.
Can you share your formula again? Sorry, can I see that again?
Yeah. This is the formula that should work regardless.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
You guys good?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Alan, I'm one of the greats.
One question. In your column Q versus column S, what was the difference in your numbers there for P? Like the 5437.5 versus the 5117.
What the? Sorry.
I'm
Just a
shocked.
Yeah.
Just a sec. What did I just change? Oh. Just a moment. I will share so you can ask me a question and I can answer. So you're saying what was this and this?
Yeah. So S was just your count if, but what was your Q? Oh.
One and half of the zeros.
Gotcha. Okay. I just had mine set up differently and it was confusing me.
Gotcha.
I always don't think
I'm back.
Yes, you are.
Oh. So he was talking about in the live discussion about multiplying by the negative or making something negative for the, I thought for this part, like for the lack of correlation.
Yeah. So we know that trait 1 is positive, so when it correlates with trait 2 is negative, whatever trait 2's value is.
But he didn't say anything about within trait 1 for the 2 environments. I'm assuming maybe do the same thing where like environment 1 and trait 1 is positive. But then that would mess up the correlation between between trait 1 and trait 2.
When you created your environment 2 and your rep 2, did you keep your genotypic scores exactly the same?
Yeah, I left those alone. Maybe that's what should have been changed.
So you just replicated 4 times, right?
Yeah, but now I'm thinking maybe that's not what I should have done.
What does Michelle think?
Because that could provide the. I don't know an easy way to do that. Well, do it.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. I mean, do we do random number generation for those that aren't not, or those that are segregating? Do we do random number generation to create that, or do we say that our 4 plantings are going to be, our 4 reps are going to have the same? I mean, they're in the F5. They're segregating. Well, actually, the L's aren't segregating at all. Well, no, that's not true. I don't know. Did we lose Michelle?
Oh, sorry, I'm here.
Okay. I was just wondering, did you just replicate them 4 times for environment and rep, or?
I haven't done it yet.
Well, what do you think? We're going to get slightly different scores regardless, but the question is, if they're F5s and we replicate, shouldn't they be pretty dang close to the same?
Yeah, but I'm talking about because he says that in the description for question 4, part 4, whatever, trait 1 should exhibit heterogeneity and lack of correlation between the 2 environments, while traits 2 and 3 should not. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to do that.
Yeah. Because right now, what you're doing is you're creating the second rep, but how do we actually get... So the only thing that would factor into a different phenotypic value would be off the mean and then the residual variance. So our rep otherwise stays the exact same for all the markers. But then when we create environment 2... So we've got the different, it's that correlation piece.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know, like, do you use the positive of the A value for environment 1 and the negative for environment 2, but that's what we're already doing for the...
Between the traits.
Yeah, so it wouldn't make sense to do it because then it's going to mess that up.
Yeah.
Or maybe...
Well, getting our phenotypic value is going to be based on...
Maybe the difference in the means is what is showing the lack of correlation. I don't know. No, that's not.
Because, like, earlier on in the semester when we had to do the correlation between environments, we had to use the random generator. Like, wasn't there some norm inverse factor or something we had to do differently? So, I mean, but he hasn't given us an actual, like, correlate at 60% or anything, right? So...
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I suppose maybe we factored it off of the genotypic variance value or something in the past. There was something. Residual variance, one of those values.
Well, I thought that he gave us. I thought he gave us a number for the correlation.
He always did in those situations, yeah.
Well, it might be that he hasn't thought of this yet. I mean, here. What about this? Question 3, he's already filled out. Question 4 may be tomorrow.
Well, and
Shoot him an email and it will be.
we don't know what values we're supposed to do to get the residual values for each line. Because we usually do like the
Well, we usually do like the
norm.
norm inverse random
Yeah.
0 square root of our residual variance value, which we calculated that. So that would be like the 552 and the 25, right? Wouldn't it just be off that?
I didn't think we used. Because ALA 16, that column I pasted the values because it always changes. So now I don't know exactly what we did.
Okay, I'll share my 16 and what I have. But I don't remember. I thought this was right. But so I had norm inverse random 0 square root and plugged it right into that value.
Okay, I was thinking that we had.
But then that's going to show like trait 1's going to be high and trait 2 is going to be way low where we have 25.
Yeah.
But I guess that's the point because like we're saying, like, I mean, it could be oil and protein or two completely different things like that,
I think he needs to give us more information or elaborate.
Yeah, I think the correlation piece is the part, right?
Yeah.
That either do we just do that off of whatever genotypic variance we calculated, which I mean, I guess we all had the same thing for that. What was that value?
These stupid NAs. God damn it.
Messing everything up.
Yeah, you have to keep going back and taking care of them.
They're not staying NA.
Well, we're on.
Yeah. Some things have happened since I left.
Yeah. Just do a fine. I have to work for that. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay, I'm stuck.
Where at are you?
I'm at 4. I just haven't done the replications or environments yet.
Okay.
Did you decide on a formula?
No.
I think I'm leaving what I had because when I tried it the other way, it was the exact same. Are you talking
Meaning-
about
So leaving what you had as in.
Wait, are you talking about the correlation part?
Yes. For getting like the second rep and environments.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I think we would leave the 2 reps the same.
Yeah, it's the environment that's different.
I'm gonna ask another question on the board.
So you're telling me that we have to create a new line in here for rep.
Ow. Yeah.
Man, this data file is going to be huge.
Yeah, it is. Speaking of, I probably should save soon. Yeah, those NAs are really annoying because I don't want to like lose my formulas yet.
Yeah. I'm going through and because you can't really do control find.
Not unless you paste everything and get rid of your formulas. I'm not willing to give them up yet.
And if I don't do this now, I'll probably forget later.
Yeah.
Screw it up. Yeah, next time, no NAs. Dr. Beavis.
What's wrong with the NAs?
When you like calculate your actual phenotypic value and like try to add up all your GVs, then you get like the hashtag value because it's not multiplying, right?
Oh, you guys are already doing phenotypic values, huh?
Yeah, so I have values for environment 1, rep 1 only is all I have right now.
Oh, you haven't done rep 2, okay.
So I'm going to go through and do that quick.
Yeah, I have rep 1 and 2 because I think the only thing that would change would be the residual value.
And your mean.
For rep 2?
Oh, wait, no, you're right.
Yeah, I don't want to do environment 2 yet because I'm not sure how we approach that.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
are you setting up separate columns for M1, 2, 3, and L4 and 5 so then you can get your...
GV, yeah.
Okay, so you're pushing trait 2 way off to the right, is that correct?
Yep, it just keeps disappearing.
Okay, as long as we're doing the same thing.
Okay, so traits 1 and 2 use the negatives because they're negatively correlated, but the lack of correlation. I wonder if the lack of correlation is just shown with the difference in the yield. Does that make sense at all?
No, not really.
No, it doesn't.
I'm teasing you. In a way, yes, it does.
Because, because traits 2 and 3, everything's the exact same for both. I'll just pose that question. I don't care if I sound stupid.
You do not sound stupid, young lady. No question. Just remember, there are no stupid questions, just stupid people. I love telling people that. Kind of like I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing near you. All right. Equals that times
Cassie, how are you doing?
James.
Do you have questions?
I'm just listening to you guys and trying to figure out what's going on mostly. So
This is on 2.
I think I finished question 3. Like that, unless we added more after I left.
We
Like I added the 5 columns.
No, yeah, question 3 was good. I was like, where did we start? Question 4.
Okay, so yeah, it was just like, you know, turning the zeros into negative ones or positive ones. So it like this initial data set exists. So I think I am starting question 4.
Yeah. For zeros, we just decided we just do 0.5, -1, or 1.
Yeah, I have that too.
Okay, so I'm trying to remember what he was saying about if a marker is not segregating. Did we decide that we were just going to make the simulated loci the exact same?
Okay, so if it's not different, just leave it the same as it was before. So, because I guess in real life, like if it was 1, it's just going to be 1 again.
I don't know. I was trying to remember what he was saying about that, about the non-segregating ones.
Did you guys? Oh, sorry, I'm going to do this. What did you guys do to fix your value problems for the NAs? Did you just turn them into zeros or what?
I'm typing in NA instead of value in all of those cells.
Okay.
For the GV columns, is that what you're?
Okay, so for question 3, here's what I had. So all I had done was, I did 2 different things for the hets and then the homozygous lines. So for the homozygous lines, all I did was base it off of the random value and then use that greater than the 0.138, and then did either the negative or the positive value of marker 1 is how I simulated it off of it.
I had that stuff.
Okay, and then for the zeros, I just simulated if it was 0.5, above that 1, or -1. But then the simulated marker doesn't have any hets simulated in it. And so that's where we were talking about whether or not would simulate them. But I was thinking in question 4, that's where he said trait 1 would have heterogeneity, but trait 2 and 3 wouldn't. So I was debating, do we need to? Should we simulate it in or not? Or are we fine?
Should we keep zeros?
Yeah.
Because why couldn't the simulated loci be a 0?
I don't see why it couldn't.
Yeah, realistically it could be. But then you're saying that your segregating marker is segregating at your other one, which
right.
They could be. Are these ones linked? 13 and 14 are linked, right?
Right, and we decided. Sorry.
Yeah, we don't necessarily know that these are directly linked, right?
Not at this point.
Yeah. So it wouldn't have to be 0, but it could be.
Mm-hmm. But we're figuring because they're at F5, it's more likely that they're not heterozygote.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're getting pretty close to being fixed.
Mm-hmm.
But if you wanted, you could simulate in that 0.06
Why would you
heterozygotes.
want to? Why would you want to?
I don't.
I thought.
Yeah. That's why we
pretty much
took
said
it out.
Yeah.
Okay, but then wasn't he talking about if one of the loci was not segregating in a family?
Yes. So for those, I just made them equal to whatever
the
other marker was. Yeah.
That's what I thought we decided. They'd just be equal.
Yep.
Cool. And then is that all you have to do for question 3? Just come up with those values?
Yeah, he didn't have any questions, so I think we just say, here's our Excel sheet. I think.
Cool.
Okay, so that was question 3.
Yes.
So I just need to fill in my blank columns. So now this is question 4, the one that you call phenotypes.
Yes. So I pretty much just pulled everything up here directly from ALA 16 and started plugging the information in. So instead of going by family, just factoring it per trait by environment. So he provided all this data and then just factored that off of, he also gave the CVs at the top section. So make sure you factor off 10% and 5% for the traits instead of like 0.08, I think, in ALA 16. And then this is factored off that, and we also included, since we're factoring for 2 reps, added that in, which I didn't have in ALA 16.
Okay.
And then over here is where we had debate. But I think we've gotten to this. And this is where he said it would trick us up, because we need to bring in like the P and Q values since they're not equal to 0.5. So we found our P and Q values based off of our values here, and just did like the count if statements to get those, and then get our frequencies. But so then in our equation, it ended up being this instead of what we had previously. So, and actually, I think I have that off. Divided by number of loci, I think. So yeah, the square root of VG divided by 2 times P times Q, and that entire thing divided by the number of loci.
Yeah, which is 14, or is it expanded now?
Just use the 14 and the 3.
Okay.
So yeah, that's how we came to them.
Makes sense.
And that equation...
And our values are pretty darn close, just like you said they would be.
Yeah.
So wait, why didn't you use the count the loci that we created?
So, because we're doing it by a trait basis. So for trait 1, 14, and then trait 2, just the 3.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, yeah.
Yep. So like everything I have simulated here, I've just been focusing on trait 1, and then I'll still have to go over and do all of trait 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what's going on with your columns?
Which ones? These?
Yeah, there's like M1 through...
Yes. So this is where, so the 5 that we simulated, we just named like L1 through 5.
Yes.
So L1, 2, and 3 were the ones that went with trait 2, and L4 and 5 went with trait 1. So markers 1 through 12 stayed with trait 1, and then we simulated 2 new ones to get our total 14.
Okay, so L1 to L5 goes with...
L1 through L3 goes with trait 2.
L3.
And then the original markers 1 through 12 plus L4 and L5.
M1 through M12.
Yeah.
And then L4, L5
Yeah.
are trait 1.
And then so trait 3, like we don't actually have to do anything.
Because it's just...
Yeah, like so all we can say is whether it's RS, right?
Yeah. Okay, so you have like M1, M2, M3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, L4, 5. And then you have genotypic values, which are going to be based on what we did in L16.
Yep.
Or
ALA 16, yep. And then did the residual variance similar to ALA 16 also. Just doing like the 0 square root of the residual variance we calculated.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at. And then we were debating, so we need replicates, and then we're also supposed to do 2 environments, but how to do, because he said like trait trait 1 had correlation. Is that what it was? Or
Trait 1 had heterogeneity and lack of correlation, which we have the heterogeneity. But then it's a lack of correlation that there's differences in the mean and the narrow sensitivity, whereas H2 or trait 2, it's
or both? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. Trying to remember what. Because, like, in the past when we had correlation, like, we did it off of the genotypic variance value, right? Like,
Yeah.
it tell us it was 64, and that's what you utilized.
Yeah, well, and we would just compare an array, like 2 arrays of data.
Yeah.
And where were you getting the means from?
That was in question 4. He gave
Oh,
us
it's written
those.
in there. I didn't read question 4 yet, so good for you.
Yes, he gave us the mean and the heritability value.
Right, okay.
You didn't read it yet. Way to be on top of this, Chief.
I don't read the questions that I haven't got to yet.
I was
okay.
going to say, you don't read the questions. You just use the force, huh? You're that good.
Wait,
Well, after downloading the new homework, I realized that all the questions I asked were already answered. But at least I was catching on before all the details. But okay, so yep, this is where we're at. Did you guys need to see anything else in this?
I don't think so. That's super helpful. Like, I feel up to speed now, and also very grateful.
No problem. See if
Honestly,
you get-
all I want to do is replicate it for environment 2 and call it good. I'm lazy. If I haven't said that enough tonight, I'm saying it.
Well, I've got trait 1 and trait 2 done for everything, so I might post mine and then see if he
Get some
We're
feedback.
on the right track.
That might be a good idea because we've brazenly charged forward before to our own demise.
Yeah, and hopefully he's learned that he needs to look at what we're posting.
Okay, and just to,
an exam with stuff that we've never done before.
that's true.
Yeah.
All the summer students at work, and they were just like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah." So I don't want to hear any complaining about the finals you just wrote.
Okay, and Emily, just to check. So when you plugged in your values for trait 2, did you do the negative?
Yeah, I just did that.
Okay. I'm just getting
You
to
got
set mine up.
the A value right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because everything.
And for trait 1, you did M1 through M12 and then L4 and L5, correct?
Yeah.
To get the GV?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Because I like foul. I just love hitting that square one. Foul every time.
Do you guys find a fast way of replacing all the zeros?
I just filtered and then dragged like my formula down,
Yeah.
and just so I didn't accidentally overwrite everything else.
Okay, cool.
I'm sure there's a better way, but
I hate these NAs, I really do.
Yep. Hi.
There's no way to clean them out, huh?
I mean, if you paste without the functions, if you're willing to give those up.
how much are you willing to lose?
That's the only way to get rid of them?
Yeah, because they have to, like, because right now it's the formula that's messing it up.
What are you, that thing you were trying to do? What the NAs are screwing you up?
Yeah, so like when you multiply your A value times your marker value, if it's NA, you get like the hashtag value. But because it still has the formula associated, you can't just do the replace function. So if you want to get rid of the formula, it'd be a quick thing, but...
So, Michelle, for your tabs, you have one called simulator and one phenotypes. Are they kind of the same thing?
So my simulator tab was when I was doing the random functions.
Okay, I gotcha.
And then my transformation, like I had started, like that's what I was starting to base my phenotypes off of, and then I was like, I don't want to mess up with this in case I get anything off. I'm just...
In case you have to go back for it.
Yeah.
Okay, and then phenotypes is...
Where I'm actually generating. Yep.
Okay, cool. I will follow that template as well then, so that when we ask each other questions...
When you did your... Oh, sorry. When you did your GVs, you already did all of your effects from trait 2 on trait 1 and that, correct? So in other words, you've added in your trait 2 effect for your trait 1 values for your M1 allele or M1 locus in your GV, correct?
Just by like doing the negative correlation?
Yeah. In other words, a minus.
Yes.
All right. This is some interestingly weird crap. So what did you do for L4 and L5, since there isn't a value? Anything?
What do you mean there isn't a value?
For trait 3, interacting with trait 1.
So I used L4 and L5 as trait 1, and then L13 and 14 as trait 3. And I just have them hanging out in the middle of nowhere. Right now.
Well, what I mean is you have to assign a value to L4 and L5 so that you can get your GV for trait 1.
Yeah.
So how did you assign the values to?
I still use the same number for trait 1, environment 1.
Okay. And
like the same A value.
Yeah, but there's no effect from trait 3 for that GV
We've already
value.
accounted for that by creating that.
Yeah, because trait 3, if we were actually calculating if we were calculating a phenotype off that, then it would be the inverse of that.
All I'm saying is that you're just using your trait 1 value to calculate a GV value.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we need to do anything else. Because, I mean, we can't get a phenotypic value from it, right? But is there anything else that would show negative correlation between the two? When you don't have a phenotypic value for trait 3, and the only thing... I mean, I think the only... if we're really only generating, like, the TTAA equals resistant...
Is there anything that you can replace? What the?
Sorry, that was me blowing my nose, probably.
Is there anything that you can do, that you guys can think of, where you can replace an NA with some other character that will let the value go through in the formula? I was thinking a period, but that won't work.
You'd
A
have to
zero.
replace, yeah, it'd have to be a number,
Yeah,
which you probably wouldn't want to do that.
exactly.
I
No,
mean,
I was
you
just
can always
wondering if there's any symbol.
You can always replace it with a number, like just like 3 and then go back and replace it again with NA after the formulas have been. Oh, yeah, that actually might work, but I don't know. Almost done.
Well, it's comforting to know that while I was gone, you guys got all of this done. So if I just like stay up until a normal person bedtime tonight, I can still get to bed and watch one episode of Sabrina.
Very
The
nice.
Teenage Witch?
Yeah, the new ones on Netflix though.
I don't know if there's new things. I'm serious. When I get done with this class in a week and a half, it's going to be like getting out of jail. They
Well,
still have TV. They still have sitcoms. What?
I think so.
That's a thing?
Pretty sure.
This joke is not getting old for me right now. So I'm going to try this trick. See if this will work. This is getting to be kind of the data set. I hope he appreciates this. You guys will love this. What do they come out as? Yep, they come out as exactly that. So if you're willing to cut and paste, you can go. You can actually get them as a. You can find and replace them. If you. There are 168 replications for that. There's an app for that. So in case you were wondering, that's how you get them all into NAs.
I'm sure there's an app for all of this.
Oh, yes, but now where's the fun in that?
I feel like once we have this like file set, the rest should be, knock on wood, relatively easy.
Yeah.
Who wants to bank on that?
I know. But hey, at least we're at this point on Thursday, not Saturday or Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
This
I
is
agree.
exciting. I think we have an easy weekend ahead of us. And when I said that in lecture, he didn't like laugh out loud. So
Yeah. Yeah.
he believes it too. He believes the shit that comes out of my mouth.
Well, if you were wondering, if this all works out the way it's supposed to, we're going to have like 2890 data points or RILs or whatever. So it's 2,890 something.
Holy crap.
Yep.
It's more than I want to work with.
Oh yeah, like once you guys like add things to the bottom of your sheet, it goes way bigger.
Yeah.
Because there's every single line in 2 environments replicated twice, so every RIL would occur 4 times.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, that gets big. That gets real big.
So why for the families that aren't segregating are we just having them equal the whatever the not like whatever it is?
Because if they're fixed and they're not segregating, they would just be the same thing, I'm assuming? Like they're homozygous fixed, maybe they're self-pollinating.
But it's a different loci, isn't it? So shouldn't that loci just like couldn't that loci be segregating?
It can be. He had just asked if we wanted it to be.
I just thought that like it would also have that like same frequency, like I don't know.
And the only reason was because he had asked if we wanted it to be, or if not, and if not, we could just make it equal.
Yeah, it seemed like the easier option. I just wasn't 100% sure why you would do that.
You know, because I mean, genetically, we're not saying these are linked, so it could be segregating or have the same frequency, the 0.6. But realistically, in the real population, it would be highly possible that it could.
Mm-hmm.
So convenience is probably the answer for that choice.
Did anybody think about getting on tomorrow? If the lecture's posted.
You shut your filthy mouth, get on tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna have to, of course.
I mean, I'm inclined to get on tomorrow, so I have less to do on Saturday and Sunday.
Exactly.
I'm with you.
I'd like to try and get on for a little bit. I won't have a ton of time tomorrow because I have to get ready to play a show.
Ooh.
It's fun, but it's not a convenient time. But nothing's convenient. Nothing.
Well, you can think of all of us while you're out having fun.
Yeah.
boring.
I think that's a better life choice.
Wow, at least somebody does.
I mean, not that I don't love spending all my Friday nights doing
Yeah,
homework.
hanging out with us is the coolest, let me tell you. You can't get any better than us. All right, so I've got phenotypes for the first environment.
Woo-woo. It's exciting.
Go get that.
Well, that's a word for it, sure.
No, I did something wrong.
We've all done something wrong, but what do you mean?
For calculating my Varg.
All right, I have fixed phenotypic values that don't have NAs in them for environment 1, rep 1 and 2. Yay!
Isn't that a butt to do?
Well, I've got it. Yay! But I'm not sure it's all right because we need to figure out this heterogeneity and lack of correlation between the two environments. That part is Bud.
I think he's because we have the heterogeneity because we have zeros in there, whereas
We
don't.
say we have heterogeneity. I get the feeling that maybe we don't, and we just like to believe it.
But we have zeros in there, whereas for the markers for trait 2 and trait 3, they don't have any. Wait, trait 3 might. But trait 2 doesn't.
Don't know what to tell you.
I don't know.
All right, so for trait 2, that equals that times trait 2, environment 1, blurb. That times that minus, and that's when trait 1 becomes the minus, is for trait 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the GV value and all that. Well, this has definitely inspired me to never become somebody who does simulation.
We're starting
I know.
our own breeding program.
Oh, I'll breed. I'm just forget this.
What's the problem?
Mm-mm.
Chelsea, so were you doing anything differently as far as simulating like the heterozygotes and the marker values, or were you doing it the same?
I think I'm doing it the same.
Okay.
Didn't he also say he was gonna like post the decisions we made or something?
Yeah, I thought so.
Wonder if he edited the assignment again.
Ugh.
Would not be happy. Holy cow, it's 9?
Yes, ma'am.
It's my bedtime.
It's like a goofball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too. That's usually when I quit. It's like 9 o'clock. That's the maximum brain capacity that I can output in a day. Except I have to play a stupid freaking show tomorrow, so I have to work on this past my bedtime.
That was a sigh.
Did do it.
Yeah.
What? What's the matter?
General ennui.
What?
Just so tired.
I think I quit for the night.
I'm kind of getting there. So how far did you get?
I finished mine.
What did you do for Rep 2?
I let RIP 2, I didn't do anything, but for Environment 2, I also didn't do anything. I just switched the mean and the A values. Because I don't know, and I posted and I asked about the lack of correlation.